we doing on a Sunday? Oh my God, oh my God. What to do? What is going on with you, bro? Good evening. Good evening. Good evening. Welcome back to a random evening stream with yours truly, Line of All Trades, here in the Lion's Den. Welcome back, fam. Welcome back, Zelly, Queen of the Jungle, Queen of the Lion's Den. James, the $1 Million Man price. Because everybody's got a price for the $1 Million Man. James Price. Hopefully everybody is good, safe and sound. Love and happiness is all we got. But most importantly, health. And soon comes the wealth. That is how it goes. Without health, there is no wealth. Without wealth, there is no health. It goes both ways. But health is number one. So how's everybody doing so far? How are you doing? Let me know how your weekend was. And what are you looking forward to this week? Because quite frankly, there's a lot going on. You got the tensions going on in the Middle East. Israel versus Iran. We got a little bit of a pullback here. We were looking at oil for quite some time. We've been looking at oil for a long time. You guys know already. We've been discussing oil. We've been discussing oil plays, some stocks that went crazy. You already know the list. James, if you can remember. The names of those tickers that we've discussed in the past. I'm pretty sure you're familiar with them. For example, HOSA, which had gone up on Friday at the close of $15.65, up 119.19%. And if we take a look at the bird, please don't do it, please. If we take a look at the chart here, I've been messing with indicators here, so if it looks crazy, I'm just letting you know. I was just, experimenting, but yeah, so you could see the rally that HOSA has had with the effect of oil surging and insanity. I know that HOSA did go through a reverse stock split. If you've been in HOSA prior to the reverse split, then you know that your position was reduced. It was a 1 out of 10 reverse stock split. And even so, if you were holding around that time, I think, if I'm not mistaken, you are definitely up in your position. You're definitely up by a lot. Let me know if that is what's happening with you, James Price. You were holding HOSA prior to the reverse split, but you are still up in your position. And if that's the case, then congratulations. There could be a lot more to come if, and only if, oil does continue to hold up. And if things do get worse and, if tensions do build up and more strikes happen, especially what happened yesterday, and thanks to Big JR, who's here right now in the chat, on the stream, in the Lion's Den. Shout out to you. Happy Father's Day to you and to James and everybody else who was a father. You're here. on a Sunday evening. And there you go. James is green in his HUSA position. Basically, a long period of time, where if we take a look at let's take a look at the daily chart on the HUSA. You already know you had all of this here, a decline since February, mid-February of this year, coming down as low as I think 40 cents if I'm not mistaken. But you could definitely, call this as an accumulation zone. And where there is an advance, there is a climb. And it looks like it's just getting started, but again, we do need to see oil continue to surge. But, it's unpredictable at this point, what could happen next. My only child is my account. Yo. Oh, that's hilarious. Alright, here we go. But I mean, does look good. It does look good currently in the it looks like it is consolidating here. It's in an accumulation zone or a consolidation phase where things could hold up and then all of a sudden break out. But then again, mind you, I mean, it's still overbought on the RSI for oil, and we might have to, take a look at any news in regards to oil. So if we go to oilprice.com, you can see what is the latest. Let's see if we go to news, breaking news. All right, so the only thing that I have here as of 2 days ago was when oil prices surged over 8% as Iran retaliates with major missile strike on Israel. So we just click on this article here real quick. How's everything with you, Big JR? How's your Father's Day? What did you get to do? Look, so check this out. Brent crude surging more than 8% on Friday, peaking at a 13% intraday gain after Iran launched a wave of missile strikes on Israel in retaliation for the Israeli Air Force targeted assault on Iranian nuclear and military infrastructure. I think afterwards was when there was a strike on oil refineries in Iran that is without a doubt a big factor in oil surging a lot more. So I don't know if the news of that will cause oil to run up, or if it's actually going to pull back a little bit and come back down to retest the 200 SMA. But let's just say, for example, right? If oil does come back down and we test this 200 EMA and hold, then that could be considered a support, an accumulation zone, and for things to move back up. And then not only that, but you'll have your oil stocks to either go back up and retest new highs, or actually perhaps maybe fill the gap down back to where it was originally on Thursday, this past Thursday. Like for example, Oxy around 44 to 45. or perhaps maybe BP. You had BP, with the same algorithm as you see following oil. And if oil does continue to rise, let's say if oil decides to break back over 73, to go back to 75 per barrel, then most likely you will see, as an example, again for research purposes, not financial advice, BP surge back over $32 and probably make its way to like maybe $32.60 as the next resistance. So yeah, there's many ways that you can play oil, for sure. Right? Just like how you have other commodities, you have precious metals. If you're playing silver, there's your EXK, there's your HYMC. If there's nothing crazy going on with the stock, but yeah. So Kenneth is back. Kenneth, happy Father's Day and happy Sunday. I hope everything is well with you and the fam. Kenneth, let me know what is going on with you. What is the latest? We also have INDO. As you know, INDO was definitely discussed a lot of times in the past. INDO, again, back in 2022 of March, when the Russian and Ukraine war started, and oil surged up like crazy from the 90s all the way to as high as $130 per barrel, brought brought INDO to a squeeze. It triggered a squeeze and went to prices beyond your imagination. It pretty much did an it pretty much did an AMC, but a lot more faster and a lot more higher than before. So here I'm just looking at it on the 4-hour chart. I know that my computer needs an upgrade, so it's taking it's just really choppy right now. So hopefully sooner than later I'll try to invest into a new computer, so things like this won't happen. As you can see, my screen is getting messed up, and now the page is unresponsive, and I gotta deal with this, and oh boy. Yeah, exactly. Endo, HOSA, and IMPP. Alright, can I actually zoom in now? I think I can without this lagging on me. Okay, here. Let's see. How can I do this? This is wild. Alright. Let me take this off. Let me show you where INDO was before the events in Russia happened. Oh no, come on. Oh no. Okay, there you go. So you could tell back in, I want to find the actual bottom here. I think it was here, where INDO on December 29th, 2021 was at a price of $2.81. So it had been ranging between that price. It had gone up it went up and down. I mean, it was 289. It was up at a price of $9.12 in January 27th of 2022. It was ranging, but it was very volatile and around those times. So then from here, from middle of February, it was trading at 429 to 450, and everything just started climbing up climbing up crazy. You had a lot of gap ups here, So from 450 turned into 1635, 1635 turned into 25 bucks, 25 bucks turned into 48, almost $50, and then 48, $50 turned into as high as $85.89. Right at the peak where crude oil was trading at $130 a barrel on March 7th of 2022. So just to show you as an example, for research purposes, and how this all came about. And now, fast forward to this month of June, as this was trading, pretty much similar to back then in December of 2022, and at around $2.06 on the 52-week low, and ranging between there and 230, 240, 250, 260. And then back in June 11th, I want to say, was where it started to pick up in volume, and following the surge in oil because of what's happening with Israel and Iran. And this going from a low of $2.06 to a high of $6.48 on Friday. So that, if you calculate that from 230 and on, that's like a 180% move in 23 days. That would be a 140% move in 2 days, from the low of $2.60 to that high. And so what if it actually repeats itself and it continues going up? Only if, and like I said, with the news that Big JR did share on the Discord. So if we can go back and look at that news, and oh my God, please cooperate with me, PC. Please, I know I probably haven't cleaned all the dust and stuff, but you gotta help me out, please, because this is not fair. This is not fair. It is slowing down like this one. No. Oh, I might have to quit. I might have to close down Discord, because I can't even handle that. It's either that, or I might have to buy some new RAM sticks, and then upgrade the space. Upgrade the space so that I can be able to run programs a lot faster. I think that's what I need, for sure. What do you guys think about that, huh? What do you guys think about that, huh? Let me know what you guys think about that. Let me know what you guys think about that. Think about that. Think about that. Let me know what you guys think about that. Let me know what you guys think about that. What will happen if oil continues to surge up? Yeah. What will happen if it goes up to 75 now? If it goes to $75 a barrel, then you're probably gonna see Indo back in $6 a share, and there will be a surge. That's all. That's the only thing that I'm looking for. The only thing I'm looking for, right? So, if oil continues to surge, and here, based on what Kenneth said here too on the chat, almost all the major oil brokerage companies are Israeli, so I would expect an increase in oil. Yeah. So I'm pretty sure they will probably take it over. We do not know if it will pull back, if it will cool down, or if it will actually continue to rip. $80 is, in my opinion, the next bullish gold price target. So if it cracks 80 very quick within this week, then you're definitely gonna see these stocks move alongside with it. All right, and James Price is going to be able to cake. I mean, like, HUSA will probably jump to 20 at this rate, maybe as high as 24. And Indo, I'm just making guesstimates here and predictions. INDO will probably reach to like $7, if not to as high as 8. TPET, I'm surprised to see, and it's such a low float too, with a market cap of 10.68 million. Shares flow is only 7.18 million shares, and then the volume for Friday was at 22.12 million, 20 times the amount of the average volume, 30-day average volume of 1.12 million shares. So that's a big deal. So imagine that. But INDO, it could be a lot more volatile in my opinion, and based on what INDO did in the past. Jumping all the way to 86 like that. But yeah, that's the only thing. I mean, history repeats itself. The same action and price, and the way that oil surged, you pretty much get the point. So not only that one, but IMPP, which I haven't, I have traded a couple of times, is another one. It's another one. It's another one of those stocks. That also ran with INDO, HOSA, MARPS is another one too, and ENSV, even though it got listed to the OTC markets, I still think ENSV has what it takes to also rise along with oil. Of course, if you have any brokerages that offer OTC trading, it might be possible. I'm not too sure what the situation is, how the bid and ask is looking like on those brokerages, but not financial advice. Do your own research. It might just be a nice looking scalp trade too. Hey, Bad RM says good night app from Europe. I know because it's late over there, so I'm just wishing you a great night. Wishing you a happy Father's Day, and yeah, hopefully everything is going well with you. I'm still waiting on. Yeah, so this was pretty much what happened here. What was the split? So I can show you where this price was. For example, where this price was. So 15, right? So 15. All right, this was the squeeze of March of 2022. Whoa, I never seen this candle before. Is that a candle? Oh, it's not. Okay, no, I think that's part of the. Oh, this is part of the indicator. Okay. So 15. Hey, moistly, backdoor braggadocio. Oh my god, braggadocio. Oh shoot. So the low of, I'll tell you right now. So 628 divided by 15. So that date before the reverse split, IMPP was trading at 41 cents, 42 cents. Then when the whole squeeze happened on March 7, 2022, with oil at $130 a barrel, it went from 42 cents all the way to as high as $125.32 divided by 15, and that is $8.35. So technically speaking, here that was like a 1,830% gain in 17 days. Definitely have to have patience for this, for sure. But that was the run for IMPP on that date. Marps, I want to say, had the same similar situation too. But you can see the situation, all the volume that's coming in right now. And where's ENSV? Do I have ENSV on here? He said, do you think IMPP could be the top play? Yeah, IMPP, it's just those tickers in general that have seen the same exact price action that day on that year. And you can see here, look, for example, MARPS, MARPS, Marine Petroleum Trust, same thing. This was trading at a low of somewhere around like $4.50, maybe $4.30, and it went as high as $30 a share. And that was on March 8th, actually. It is wild. Yeah, it was definitely wild. Can I see ENSV? Let me see. Let me see if I can load that up. Okay, I can. Okay, so here you go. This was ENSV. And I could take you all the way to that date, March 7, 2022. I think it had a split. What, didn't it? I know it did. No, it didn't. Where is it? Oh, it never had a split. Okay. Okay, so here it goes. This was ENSV. So this was trading, believe it or not, this was trading at somewhere at a low of 50 cents. Was it 50 cents? Yeah, so this was somewhere around 50 cents. And it went to as high as $8.76. Woo. So from 57 cents to $8.66, that's 1,430% move in 17 days. So imagine that. I don't think there was another stock that did the same thing. Let me go ahead and put down Shell. I want to put down Shell here and add it to the list. There you go, Shell company. I can't even remember the last time I've seen the Shell gas station where I live. It's hard to find, and especially Gulf. I haven't seen the Gulf. But here, let me go back to March of 2022 to see if the same thing happened. Oh wait. Oh, gnarly. Okay. Hold on. Where is oh, here. So I mean, you could tell like Shell grew, and this was from it IPO'd back in May of 2020. Went through a bottom of like $23 and change, but this was growing like exponentially over time. And Shell back when when oil surged. Let me see something here. Where's March 7th? March 7th. Wow. You know what's funny? This wasn't actually affected by the increase in by that surge in 2022, but it just kept going up and up and up until it hit a all-time high of, I want to say, hold on, give me 1 second. So the all-time high, you see, just make sure. Yeah, so the all-time high for Shell was $74.46 in a span of almost 5 years. And look at this. This was a big rise here from $58.75 all the way to a close of $72.54 Friday. So this is advancing pretty well. And especially if oil continues to rise, then that's what's going to happen. But again, anything can change within now and tomorrow. And if it pulls back, take that as an opportunity to BTD. Buy the dip. Not financial advice. And just manage your risks. Manage your risks and make sure that you are properly, you know, um, DCAing. If you're in a long position, of course, if you're holding shell for the long term, as an example, you already know it pays dividends. How much does it pay per dividend? I'm curious. Oh, okay. So wait, batter M. Do you have shell as a long term position, or do you play options in it? 71 cents per share. I mean, if you were holding for a long time and continuing to build a position, then it could be worthwhile because of the dividend payouts. And it looks like it's paid every quarter. Let me see. May, yeah, it is. May, February, November, August, May, February, November, August. Wow. Okay. Yes, thank you. Remember to hit the like button on the way in. Yeah, long term, long term, definitely long term, and heading towards, and it's heading towards those old time highs and retesting as a resistance. But there is a gap. There is a gap to the downside, so I don't know if that is something to watch out for as a gap to fill in and use as the floor to bounce back, or if there's actual and if there's an actual other if there's more downside to that too. I do see a couple of gaps here on the daily. Now I can't guarantee that this is exactly what's gonna happen, unless oil begins to crash one day, you might see these gaps fill back and to retest. But it's either that or it does try to go for the all-time high of 74.46. More gaps, more will fill gaps. I'm trying to see if there's any gaps to fill from back here. I think that's it, because that was the all-time high. And if it breaks higher, then by all means, I guess it'll make new gaps to the upside. So, wishing you the best on that play. Also, BP here. If I can just break over 32.48, 32.50 to retest that 200 SMA, that would be pretty cool. But again, always use commodities, precious metals, crypto as reference, as you're using oil for reference to further navigate and guide where your oil stocks is going to go. Then you will definitely begin to go with the flow of the stocks, and pretty much figure out your entry points, or if you want to do your scalp trades, or if you want to do options, like if you want to do calls, if this decides to push back up and break these previous last resistances, for example 74 bucks or maybe $75 per barrel. If that gets retested and breaks through, then you already know Shell will be going up, Oxy, Chevron, Sunoco, BP, Exxon. Where's Oxy? Oxy is another good example too. BP could definitely be a good example as well for that, because then $32 will be tested and broken over. And you can go for like a quick scalp and options calls, as an example, of course. And and then just continue to make your gains. But the more volatile ones and the more prominent and high volume plays would be the ones that we have talked about in the past. So HUSA would have some benefit to it. Indo, TPET, MARPS maybe. But IMPP definitely too, because I've been looking at IMPP for a while, so I might consider if oil continues, of course, in my opinion, not financial advice, to get me some maybe $4 calls further out in expiration. So I'd probably do some July 18s. Let's see. Whoa. Oh, that's interesting. IMPP, which closed at 337 a share, went up to 347 a share in after hours to close. And if you see the calls for June 20th, 2025 at the $4 strike, volume came in a lot, and the open interest was at 13, and the volume was at 687 at the time of the close. There's no bid though, but if you go to the July 18 contracts, you can see the open interest is a lot higher at 763, a volume of 400, and those contracts are actually pretty cheap at the time of the close. So the asking price is at 10 cents per contract. Again, that could all change. Throughout the next day. Right. Yeah, those and things like that have happened before in the past. You would get a breaking news and things transpire. Things get attacked. Certain sectors get affected, and then all of a sudden, a few days later, then there's like a ceasefire temporarily, and then everything starts pulling back like crazy. Where then you would have to swing it back to the downside, in my opinion. But yeah, Badar is definitely right about that. So that's why you do have to, always keep track, stay posted, keep tabs on the news, keep tabs on other forums like Twitter or X.com. That's how I eventually found out about, Israel's preemptive strikes to Iran that caused oil to surge from 65 to 68 to even as high as 77 and change, and then to drop back down to $73. Okay. No way, what is this? Okay, so GameStop just posted something 4 hours ago. Oh, I've seen this before. Huepa, sí, ay, 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 ay. All right, let's look at the latest. Maybe there's something going on right now. All right, so by Alex Jones. 9 hours ago, Trump and Putin agreed conflict should end in hour-long phone call on Israel and Iran. The U.S. rejects Netanyahu's request to join the war against Iran. The American people demand peace. There's a lot of mixed posts in here, but the latest is pretty much Trump not considering joining Israel's war with Iran to eliminate its nuclear program. That's the latest so far. That he is going to use U.S. trade as a negotiating tool to attempt to get Iran and Israel to reach an agreement, similar to how he did with India and Pakistan. There are many who are desperate to make it seem like Trump wants war, but he does not. He wants a deal and peace. He did post here and stating that Iran and Israel should make a deal, and will make a deal, just like how he got India and Pakistan to make in that case by using trade with the United States to bring reason, cohesion, and sanity into the talks with two excellent leaders who were able to quickly make a decision and stop. Also, during his first term, Serbia and Kosovo were going at it hot and heavy, as they have for many decades, and this long-time conflict was ready to break out into war. He stopped it. Another case is Egypt and Ethiopia and their fight over a massive dam that is having an effect on the magnificent Nile River. There is peace, at least for now, because of his intervention, and it will stay that way. And likely there will be peace soon between Israel and Iran. Many calls and meetings now taking place. He does a lot. He never gets credit for anything, but it's okay. The people understand. Make the Middle East great again. So that was his post on Truth. And yeah. So we'll just wait and see what happens tomorrow morning, on Monday morning, and seeing if anything changes within that time frame. But shifting focus here from oil to GameStop. So there was a post, like I said, back just 4 hours ago, and here's the clip. I don't know if there's any copyright on that, but I know that car. I know that Lamborghini Diablo. That looks like Dr. Disrespect's Lamborghini Diablo in 1987. Push to start, pull to enter. Wait, what is this? What is this? We're gonna look at this. Let's see. I wish you could like zoom into these boxes. GameStop. GameStop something. GameStop. I don't know what that means. I don't know what that says. What, GameStop something boxes? Skeet balls, human darts, scream rooms, magnets, line forms here. There's a dumpster on the right side. We are open. Push start arcade. The back it says burgers there. Oh, GameStop power boxes. Okay. Oh, and then on the car, the license plate, it says Love, LUV, GME. LUV, GME. What is in there? So I wonder what that's all about. Dumpster behind Wendy's. Never closed? What? Yes, we're open, never closed. So shorts never closed? Hang in there? What is this? What does that even mean? Wait, what is that? What is this this thing here? Oh, no. Wait a minute. Really now? No, that cannot be. Hold on. Wait a minute, 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 wait a minute. Alright, we're seeing this live first. But yeah, that here, right where I'm circling, isn't that funny? Oh my god. Thanks to this person here, Apple Blossom, for zooming in to this image from the video clip. And that is exactly what that is. It's a little poster in the back with Roaring Kitty's red bandana. Even though that wasn't in that image, but it did have this image of the cat hanging in there, and you can see it right there. Oh my god. That is can you say Easter egg? Can you say that maybe, just maybe, and rockets too. There's some rockets here, look. A rocket, the moon, right here. Yep, it's this picture here. Look at it. Hang in there. Hang in there. They're telling he's telling us to hang in there, because the time is almost up. Time is literally right around the corner, and it could be starting this week when things all of a sudden start happening when you least expect it. Therefore, in speculation and in terms and in regards to this, I'm gonna copy this image. I'm gonna copy this image, and I'm gonna post it on Discord. You guys be the judge of this, because this is unprecedented, and everybody's gonna be talking about this. Guarantee you this all night. I'm also gonna be reposting this. Oh my god, excuse me. What do you guys think about that? Oh. Oh yeah. Oh yeah. Yeah. F yeah. Line forms here to dump the shorts into the garbage where they belong. The shorts never close, but they will be closing very, very soon, in my opinion. And now that we've seen this trailer that GameStop posted more than 4 hours ago, fishy friends in the chat, skeet balls, human darts, scream rooms, magnets, a Lamborghini Diablo SVT. I think that's what it is. That looks like Dr. Disrespect's Lamborghini Diablo. License plate license plate number LUV-GME. Push to start, pull to enter. And right in the middle of that door is a picture of a kitten that we just saw, that says to hang in there. And here it is. Fishy. Again, take a look at the picture right in the middle of this doorway, of this door, through the glass. Happy Father's Day, Fishy. And thanks to Apple Blossom for taking notice of this. And it says here in the background, it shows the same thing. Hang in there. I would have loved it if they actually put the red bandana right over it, because that would have said a lot. A lot of people are cracking this code by the minute, and people will take notice. Note, this is not a RK post. This is not a RK post. I repeat, this is not an RK post. This is a post from GameStop with this video of a trailer that shows a diner looking place that's called Push Start Arcade, with the bunny shooting out balls from his mouth, or he's eating the balls. He got some boxes called GameStop Power Boxes, a Lamborghini. Hey, Lamborghini. Hello. I mean, Lambo. When Lambo. And a license plate that says Love GME, LUV-GME. And yes, we're open and never closed. GME never closed its doors. Scream rooms, magnets, human darts, skeet balls. There is a little thing that says line forms here, and there's a dumpster. The line forms here for all the shorts to throw themselves in the trash. Right where all the burgers are. In my opinion, of course, speculation. Oh, I just realized he took the boxes. And this is how high GME is gonna go. So yeah, when Lambo. Coming soon. And then there were people here that posted some screens of the video. Alright, I'm not too sure about Never Close, but this is what caught my attention. And what they posted on the side was a picture of Roy and Kitty during the hearing, the SEC hearing, of the whole situation with GameStop's buy button removal, and him stating that he liked the stock. And in the background is the same picture of a kitten hanging on this, and on the bottom says hang in there with his bandana. And if you look, you take a look, at the bottom of the door, apparently you see the bunny. You see I guess that looks like a launch pad and a rocket, and then the moon is right above the rocket. And so then here's the actual picture itself of a kitten that says hang in there. So this could be an Easter egg for everyone. This could be a signal. Who knows what this could be, but this is stuff that I enjoy and watching. And a lot of people are going to go crazy. And look, so here it is. Poster inside front left door. Meow. Never closed. Shorts. LUV GME Lambo plate. Need to of what? Pull to enter. You're pulling the anti-tin man into the tin. GameStop for F6. Unless this is a teaser.
In there, we can do it okay here. Hang it in there.
Thought I'd seen that poster inside the arcade somewhere before. I think he's ready. You wonder what's in these GameStop power boxes too, right? Somebody here called Trippy Mike claims that he believes that those are hinting at power boxes which contain packs and a PSA graded card, usually Pokemon, but he believes they try with sports cards too eventually. Awesome. Power to the players and power to the people at GameStop. Speaking of GameStop, just to check the chart. Gary, what's up, Gary? We want to know what's in those boxes too, man. I want to know what's in those boxes. Oh, and look at this. Yeah. You see on the left, the top left corner of the box, it says up. And it has the arrow going up. Down, up, sideways. Down, up, sideways. Power. Power up. Power up. And then the Lamborghini, the Lambo. Looks like an old California plate. From what this guy claims, it has the exact. Yeah, that's what it is. That's actually an old California plate. And the license plate says LUV GME. Up and to the right. Happy Father's Day, everyone. This will probably be a early Happy Father's Day gift. But yeah, what do you think? That's pretty cool. Down, up, and the side. Down, right up and to the side. To the side, yeah. To the side, yeah. Ooh, yeah. Ooh, yeah. Ooh, yeah. Let's see. This price action here. What do you guys think about that? You still low key. Still here low key trying to figure out if this is actually going to fill. This is actually going to fill the gap to the upside. This is on the daily, and if this is actually going to pull, if this is actually going to pull somewhat of a what is it? A morning star pattern, like we discussed in the past with finger motion. And what's up, Jimbo? let's try to figure this out right now, man. Let's try to figure this out. Because I would like to know. I would like to know if this is something that is about to transpire. Maybe a Doji Morningstar. It kind of looks like it a little bit, right? So we would want what we want is for the next daily candle for GME to print green. Yeah, there could be a possible GME run. Again, on the 17th is when the offering is closed. So therefore, all the convertible notes, I believe it's when, wait, give me 1 second. One second here. That's what I feel like it. We're gonna have to wait until 8 o'clock p.m. Yeah, we're gonna have to wait until 8 o'clock p.m. Eastern time, which is when the 24-hour market's open and when GME starts to trade. So in theory, we do have somewhat of a bear wick here, but the candle looks like a doji. Where is the doji at? Hold on. I just saw it too. I just saw it. Am I bugging or what? Okay, here. This is a good example, I guess. I was trying to look for something similar. I don't know if it does represent a doji Morningstar. But you know what? Here, let me go ahead and copy the image. And then we go ahead and post it right here. And zoom in. Because this it looks like what it's trying to do. Even though there's a huge gap, huge freaking gap from 28.50 it seems all the way down to $24.20. But here it looks like one of those patterns where it could fall into a doji Morningstar pattern, and then all of a sudden you see the next daily candle, the start of the week, to be a green candle and to try to move back up towards $23 a share. So that's my prediction there. It will go up, and then eventually it will go ba 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 ba, and then pretty much recover everything that was lost throughout the earnings results and the offering. And we would love to see this recovery happen before this new week is over, to try to reach back over 28.50 to $29 a share. Heck, even pull off 30 for all we know. $30 could be the next target for the end of this week. And especially now that we know that quad witching day is on Friday, June 20th. Quad witching hour. So yes, June 20th, 2025 is indeed a quadruple witching day. which occurs on the third Friday of March, June, September, and December. And quadruple witching involves the simultaneous expiration of stock options, stock index options, stock index futures, and single stock futures. And the expiration of these contracts can lead to increased trading volume and volatility, particularly in the final hour of trading, often referred to as the witching hour. All right. So that is another thing to think about, because if you take a look at how the options chain is, or how it closed on Friday, you notice that there was a surge in volume, especially as GME reached these lows. I'm pretty sure a lot of people were going in balls deep into call contracts, volume and open interest shooting up like crazy. And we'll take a look at that in a few moments. So yeah, due to the drop in price action, the max pain was originally for $29.50. Am I correct, Zelly? The max pain girl. And now it's $24 this week. I guess we can go ahead and check chart exchange real quick. And we can see here that the max pain is indeed for 24 bucks a share. So is the June 27th contracts. The July 3rd contract is for $23.50, and then goes down to $23 on July 11th options chain, then back to $24 on July 18th contracts. January 16, 2026 options chain with a max pain of $25 a share. And thank you. So again, just be reviewing what we just saw. What we saw is this this trailer by, or if you like to call it, teaser trailer by GameStop 4 hours ago, or almost 5 hours ago. You can notice right off the bat, you notice the Lambo, aka When Lambo, the license plate that reads Love GME on the license plate. The boxes on the left side. If you notice that on the top left of the box, it has the arrow going up and it says up GameStop power boxes. And if you notice here in the middle of the door, through the glass, there is a picture of a kitten that is hanging off a thread, and it says here, you can see it clearly, that this is the same picture in which Roaring Kitty had in the back of his wall, in the back of his room on his wall, that says "Hang in there." So So therefore, hang in there. And that could be an Easter egg or something that
We've been doing okay here, hanging in there.
as for me, I like the stock. So, oh no. GameStop 80s retro style arcades. What is in the power boxes? Power packs inside the boxes? Maybe. GameStop power packs. That would be actually pretty cool. So, apparently from Grok, what's up, Augustine? Happy Father's Day, if you are a father. The GameStop teaser video for Rush Start Arcade suggests a gaming-related announcement, likely tied to retro gaming or arcades due to its nostalgic vibe. It could hint at new retro products, arcade locations, gaming events, or a marketing campaign. However, GameStop's recent financial moves like the $2.25 billion debt offering and reported losses suggest caution in expecting large-scale projects. No official details confirm the teaser's intent, and public discussion is limited. Stay tuned for GameStop's update for clarity. What's up? Now, then again, you can't really expect AI to give you an exact answer, but low-key, that trailer pretty much gave you a lot of hints and Easter eggs. Like, for example, the Lambo that says LUV GME, which means, you know, love GME, the stock. And when Lambo, so when GME theoretically squeezes, everybody holding will, you know, get enough gains. Well, will pretty much get to the point where they're going to be able to afford a Lambo easily. Hey, maybe this 1987 Diablo, or is that a Countach? I can't. That might be a Diablo, for all I know. Late 80s. Then you have here line forms here by the dumpster for dirty dgens and maybe shorts. We don't know what's in the power boxes, but I can tell you that the top left corner of the box says up. So maybe power up, I don't know. And then right in the middle of that doorway that is circled in this picture is the same picture here of a cat hanging in there, hanging on top on a what seems like a rope, and the same picture that Roaring Kitty had during the hearing of the SEC hearing, same day where he had said that he liked the stock. And you can see it right there on the right side, hanging in on his board with his bandana, and it says hang in there, which is actually pretty cool. So in terms of that, we're just waiting. In the next 10 minutes, almost 10 minutes to go before the 24-hour markets open for Robinhood, and the overnight trading hours for Webull opens. and we will see if somehow GameStop gets this reaction, and all of a sudden GameStop explodes out of nowhere. Hey, I don't know. I'm just spitting out speculation here based on what we just saw. Who knows? But even here, it says stay tuned for updates. Something must be coming. So yeah, stay tuned. 10 minutes remaining. But then again, yeah, so looking back at the chart on the daily, what if it represents a doji morning star pattern? That could be the case here. Where the heck did the picture go? Am I missing something? Did it disappear? Damn, I think it disappeared. If you take a look at the 4-hour chart, mind you, there has been a potential floor here found, and here you can see the adaptive RSI. Give me 1 second here. Where'd it go? Where'd it go? I can't see it. But there is a bullish divergence here forming, and it's close to a breakout here on the RSI. So that could be a good thing for GME, as there might be a potential for this to start bouncing from the floor and to try to break back over 23. Again, what do you mean waiting for markets to open? Yeah, because we have the 24-hour markets available. On Webull and Robinhood, you are allowed to trade on Sundays, 8 p.m. Eastern Time. Only shares, of course. And there's all these stocks that you see listed here that are available for trade in the 24-hour markets. Again, on Webull and Robinhood. Although Robinhood may be a little bit limited to some stocks that you can trade on the 24-hour markets. And that is something that they started doing, I believe, as of last year. I am not so sure as to when exactly they started doing that, but yeah. Here, take a look. So Robinhood introduced its 24-hour market service in May of 2023, and Webull launched overnight trading powered by Blue Ocean ATS in November of 2024. Robinhood's 24-hour market allows trading from 8 p.m. Eastern Time Sunday to 8 p.m. Eastern Time Friday, according to Robinhood. Webull's overnight trading session runs from 8 p.m. to 4 a.m. Eastern Time, according to Sunday through Thursday, according to PR Newswire. All right, so if you know, you know. Now you know. So there has been situations back then when especially when especially when the whole GME run up happened around May, I believe. Um, it happened during Sunday, 8 p.m. or when there was a Roaring Kidding tweet at 8 p.m. You remember that? On a Sunday evening, as soon as overnight trading opened, and GME just spiked out of nowhere. Out of nowhere. So you pretty much see it from here. Like, which one was the one that was from what was it? During New Year's? Was it New Year's? I think it was something that had to do with the. Oh yeah, I think it was this spike here. Was it here? No. I'm trying to find it, but darn. Okay. Let's see. 8, 4. Okay. Well, you got the point. You know what I have been seeing is all that barcoding pattern. Yeah. On AMC, yeah, definitely have been seeing this same barcoding pattern for the longest. And also, if you noticed on Weeble's chart on the 5-minute, you've seen the VWAPs, the VWAP here, all turning down, snapping to $3, and then snapping back up, $3.50. You can see it right here, especially if I go, let's say, on the 30-minute chart. Let me see, can you see it on 30-minute chart? No, I think on the 15-minute chart you can be able to see it better. So yeah, I've noticed these phantom spikes here on the VWAP, which all point down to $3 recently. And you can see it right there. Every time when overnight opens after 8 p.m., there would be this spike down on the VWAP to $3 and then go back up. Then it goes back to $3.50. I haven't seen that recently. This started happening recently, last week. Spike down to 3, then spikes up to $3.50 and then back down. And then you see one here for 4. I want to say that's 4. I'm not too sure. Let me see. But yeah, definitely some strange things there. Oh, right here you got the $4 VWAP spikes. Right here on the 2nd of June, on the 1st of June, on the 29th of May, on the 28th of May, and then before that you'd see the VWAP spiking down to 3. Let's see. Here's 3, 3, 3, 3, and so forth. Very weird. I've never seen anything like that. But yeah. Anyways, we got less than 2 minutes to go. We're gonna see what happens. Now we got 1 minute to go. Yeah, I know. I mean, the only thing that you could possibly do, in my opinion, for AMC is to pretty much, scalp trade it, especially if GME were to explode, because they're always linked together in terms of when they run. So if AMC runs crazy, GME follows. If GME runs crazy, AMC follows. They're just linked. They're intertwined somehow. All right, so 15 seconds to go. We'll see if that news has any effect whatsoever and is going to cause some type of commotion or whatever. 5 seconds. In 3, 2, 1. Overnight trading is open starting now. We'll see what happens. All right, we just got the first orders coming in now. Okay, look at that. We got a long wick down that went from 22.33. No, went from 22.46 to as low as $21.90. So if you actually caught that little bottom right there, you can definitely tell. Oof. Let's go to the 1 minute chart and see how this works out. You can see the 200 here turning green from red. There's 22.46, 22.50 a share. Will it actually push up? That depends. That depends on what it does. So technically right now, GME up 1.45% in the green. We're trying to see if there's any other activity. Any volume that comes surging in out of nowhere. Or it might just be a doozy. So far, apparently DJT here with a bit of a gap up there to 1972. So we're just gonna wait and see what happens. I'll place an alert above 2250 and maybe one here for 2278 maybe. Oh, I can't even make any more. Okay. Let's check to see what AMC is doing. That barcoding is horrible. Horrible. Alright, we just saw, oh, there goes. There goes the next minute candle. Just pushed up to 2261. 2261 here. We got some orders here, 751 shares for 2260, 240 shares for 2260, 156 for 2261. 1,000 shares just came in for 2261. 5 shares, 210 shares. 2261. We're gonna see if this actually is just a dead cat bounce, or maybe it's something else. We'll see what happens. We'll see what happens. 2255. Let's see. 2260. Come on. Come on, wake up. Wake up. It's time. It's time for you to go. Wake up, Jimmy. Slap him out of his... Just slap him. Slap him now. Wake him up. It's time to go. It's time to go, Baba. To the moon. Go, go, go. I wonder if William knows his Nixie is at play today at this time. Wait, is Nixie... Does Nixie even trade on the 24-hour? Oh, no, it doesn't. It doesn't at all. but I'm surprised it did hit $2 a couple of times and came back down. Let me check oil real quick. I want to see what oil is doing. Wake up, Jimmy! Wake up! Wake up! Damn it! Wake up! Wake up! There is a pullback for oil. I repeat, there is a pullback for oil. We might see a pullback here and try to retest this 2200 SMA at $71.70. Pretty much here at the $72 mark there. If it breaks back over 73.25, it's bullish. I see some upside there potentially. Let me look back at GameStop right now. It's trying to consolidate around 2255, 2260. Will this just be a little? Oh, will this just be a little? Oh! I want to know. I want to know. I want to know. I want to know what's up with this, man. What is going on? What is going on? Bump it up, bump it, bump it, bump it now, bump it. Just go, just go. Just go. Let's see. But yeah, what's going on with Nixie anyway? What's the word with Nixie? Gary's Zelly says, "Wake up, Jimmy." Fishy says they never covered on Amy. It's just heavily diluted, suppressed at that too, and it won't be what it was supposed to. Yeah, I don't know about AMC having its potential, but I'm pretty sure that once GME does its does its run, or if anything does happen in the markets that's very I guess you want to say systemic-ish, that completely decimates the entire markets, causes some shorts to close their positions that are over leveraged, and blowing their accounts up, having to cover their positions, and maybe that's when you'll see that MOAS that everybody talks about. That could be a possibility. Tesla just having that oh, you're right. Wow. Yeah, Tesla blowing up here from 326 to 330.72. Looks like it wants to go for another leg up here. Tesla here getting ready for another leg up, another push to break over 330.72. 330.72 is going to be tested right now. It's going to push up and it's going to break through. It's going to break out. Probably going to see 350 if this goes crazy. I don't know. But Tesla likes to be volatile like that, and you know how it trades, up and down, swings left and right, side to side, jerk around 360, and even on the 5-minute looks crazy right now. So you might have a potential for Tesla to reach over 331, probably get up to 335 if it feels ballsy enough to do so. What is the news on Tesla? We do not know. We're going to have to check that out. What do you think about that, Mike?
Well, yeah, it's something that, we've experienced with Tesla, over time in the last couple of years. It's been very, very volatile. You do have plenty of swings up and down, Jimmy. I mean, this is pretty crazy. We had Tesla once upon a time at 368.30 around May 28th, and all of a sudden Tesla just dropped like a deuce, deuce all the way to the ground, and somebody stepped on it and mushed it on the ground, and now his shoes smell like doo-doo, and Tesla going down to as low as 273.21. to then go for a bounce here, a 4-hour chart showing a double bottom, and what it looks like, I guess, somewhat of a crooked cup and handle. I don't know what to call that, but that looks like a cup and handle. So if we go to the 1-hour chart, that is what it exactly looks like. It looks like a cup and handle. There goes the handle there, the U-shaped. And if it blows off that handle, then that is what you could probably see if things continue to be bullish for Tesla. Back to you, Lion.
Yeah, that's right. So, you can definitely see here also in the hourly, if you noticed, you do have the, you do have the 8 EMA, the 13, well, is that the 13 or the 48? I think I put the 13 and the 48 combination, the EMAs, and you can see the 48 EMA on the hourly chart just about to cross right over the 200 EMA, which is of course bullish in my opinion. And with the combination of the MACD here looking for another leg up too, including the RSI, you definitely could see that potential for Tesla to recover and try to break over those levels at 335. In my opinion, not financial advice. But if you take a look back at GameStop at the moment, you're still holding at about 2% in the green. The hourly looks very promising too as well, and you can see the RSI here bouncing off. And the MACD on the hourly for GME, surprisingly also doing the same thing like Tesla was doing, where it's looking for another bounce. And maybe, just maybe, this will be the week where we probably might just see a comeback from the results of the earnings release and also the 2.25 convertible notes conversion offering, which would indeed, I mean, this is pretty much the end result of it. And once you usually see this type of price action, I mean, pretty much expect the floor to happen, and it looks like the floor might be here above $21 and holding up here. And maybe this will be the week of GME recovering, and maybe even some speculation, as we just saw on Twitter with the post of GameStop, Push Start Arcade, something new is coming, where we did see here the Lambo again. I know I'm just reviewing this over and over again, but for people that are coming into the stream right now as we speak, and Chris Wilson, Chris with a K, welcome back. Kai Supreme here, Kai Supreme on the chat in the Lion's Den. Flames on the chat for Kai Supreme, Flame Man, Torch Man. Oh no, wait, that's TP. TP is Torch Man. Kai Supreme just brings the heat. And Chris, welcome back. And just reviewing the post here for GameStop themselves on a tweet with a Lambo that has the license plate that says LUVGME, Love GME, when Lambo. The boxes to the left here that says GameStop, power boxes with the arrow to the top left corner. The box that says up with the arrow pointing up. Little bunny there, it looks like Pac-Man eating up balls, and a bunny that's trying to see what's inside the Push Start Arcade, which looks like an old diner, and looks pretty cool. And the sign on the right side where he's just falling and doing a little stripper dance on the pole that says, yes, we are open, never closed, in quotation marks, and push to start, pull to enter. And what you notice here at the middle of the doorway, and here what I showed you earlier, is a picture of a kitten that is actually a picture of what Roaring Kitty had on the back of his wall, on the back of his room, on the wall, that says hang in there. And it's the same kitty, but I mean, aside, well, except for the red bandana, but that would have been even more obvious if they added the red bandana right next to the picture. But yeah, stream room, magnets, scream room. It says Scream Room, SCREAM, Scream Rooms. and magnets, and then on the side it says line starts here. Wait, line begins here. No, line forms here, and it looks like what is that? Shirts and shorts hanging off from the dumpster. That's hilarious. But yeah, that is something that is. Oh my god! And I'm here thinking, maybe this is an Easter egg that that will cause some huge, massive, ginormous, speculation that will drive a lot of investors to believe that Roaring Kitty is back and bigger than ever, and he's going to buy the dip. He's going to throw in his $2 to $3 million worth of GameStop shares into his portfolio with some options, and is going to push the gamma once again. In my opinion, not financial advice. It's going to be great. It's going to be huge. It's going to be huge. If he does this, if he accomplishes this, it's going to be something that has been never seen before. Nothing like the Roaring Kitty. Nothing like him. He could do it. And he could be unstoppable. I'm not too sure. But that's the speculation right now that we're seeing right now, Curly. There goes Honey chirping and yapping very loudly. But I can tell you that, maybe there is some type of announcement that's going to come soon. We just got to stay tuned to updates. The updates for GameStop. Yeah. So that's what I meant. The cat is part of GME, maybe on the board. I mean, that would be cool if he somehow is part of the board of directors. I mean, like, can you imagine Ryan Cohen, the board of directors, bringing in Keith Gill, Roaring Kitty as part of the board of directors? How crazy would that be? That would make GameStop go insane. Unbelievable, really. It's so good. Oh my god, the bird is exciting. Honey is exciting for that too. Oh, that's a good coffee candy. But yeah, I thought maybe that would be something that would be that would be happening right now, but we're just gonna have to see what happens overnight into pre-market tomorrow, Monday morning. We also have to see what's going on with futures right now. We have to see what's happening with futures, and we just gotta make sure that the market is not falling off its cliff. You know. So again, we take a look at oil, as oil was surging the past 2 trading days, Thursday and Friday. Here, coming up from as low as $58 in just a short amount of time. You guys realize that? So we take a look at the 4-hour chart for oil. Again, going back to oil, here at a low of perhaps maybe $55 a barrel back on the 4th of May. And fast forward to now, you can see the surge all the way from the 30th of May at 59.80 and rising, and then with the whole Israel-Iran situation blowing this up all the way to as high as 74.32. No, it was higher than that. $77.58 an ounce. I mean, a barrel. So it's kind of consolidating right now, right? Consolidating right now. You don't know if it's actually going to pull back. You don't know if it's actually going to continue to push. And on top of that, I want to check gold, because gold has been rising, and look, it has been also around the same time as oil. Oil and gold. All right, know the correlations. Know who's carrying a shat ton of gold in their reserves. You know that Middle East does have a lot of that, probably China too. But even gold, I mean, it looks like it's in an uptrend that looks like it could just continue to push up even past $3,460 an ounce. And who knows, maybe by the end of this week we'll try to retest a new all-time high, which was at $3,500.12 an ounce. Silver, surprisingly to me, I've never expected silver to run from $32 to $33 in that range to as high as $36.88, almost $37 an ounce as a new record high, 52-week high. But right now it's currently suppressed, consolidating, and an accumulation. Platinum, if you've been looking at platinum has been going. The price of platinum is indeed coming back up. I don't know what's the case with platinum, but that's been going. If you take a look at the dollar index, you can see the dollar index has been falling once again on a decline, as you can see on a daily chart. And it looks like, who knows, maybe it could be falling more into a further decline and breaking below 97.60, which was the last 52-week low. And we'll see if any of these conflicts will affect the price of the dollar. Let's see what we got. Oh my God! So we have, ladies and gentlemen, we have the SPY futures. We have futures in the green. So starting with the S&P 500 mini futures. It has a lot of gaps down for sure, but look what the SPY just did. So in an accumulation phase, it actually rose up. It's advancing, a big gap up here. So here we go. Nice gap right there. And it's now currently at 6,041. Nasdaq up 1.25% in the green. We have the Russell up 0.24% in the green. What else we got? We got Japan up 0.5%, also climbing up. I wonder what this is all about. I do not know. But in terms of the SPY, no. Okay, so GME is pulling back here, trying to come back to this this range where it was trading at before. So, gosh darn it, I was happy for a second, but I guess it's not enough right now. But the SPY, where's the SPY at? Oh, here it is. Well, you know what? You know what's crazy? I'm actually very surprised that the SPY hasn't really moved much. It's still above the closing price of 597, which is currently at 597.90. Maybe it'll retest 598 as resistance. Let me see. I don't know what you guys think. Okay, the dollar's trying to pull back. It's filling the gap up. Please and thank you. Which gap do you want to fill? On SPY? Or do you guys think that it's actually going to just be a dead cat bounce and then the SPY just starts to fall back down to fill this gap again? Below 6,000. I mean, it's currently testing the 200 EMA right now as we speak on the 5-minute chart. Bitcoin, take a look at Bitcoin. It's actually still it's still underneath the 200-day period moving average. So it's technically still bearish. But if it can actually break over that 200 MA, then it will flip over back to a bullish and climb back over maybe 107. GME? What's up with GME? Did it jump back up? Oh? Oh, really? Wow. Okay, so actually, alright, so it held up. Yeah, so we do need to see we do need to see that gap filled for GME. We gotta see that happen. It's too bad I can't put a custom interval. Can I actually put what is 24 hours? Oh, I can't do it. That sucks. Because I can't look at what's transpiring right now for GME. I don't know how to do that. I really don't know how to do that. And I don't know if any other brokerages is offering 24 hours to trade. So let's see, is it actually moving? No, it's not. Oh, wait a minute. Oh. Oh, okay. Okay, so we got the ask at 22.55. Can I actually put 24 hours on this? Let me see. Oh, I can do it. Oh, shoot. Say word. Say word. Say word. Time frame 24 hours. Favorite. Oh, okay. Oh. Okay. Yeah, no problem, Gary. You see, look, so SPY futures is so it could be a dead cat bounce, and then it's gonna just reject and try to fill the gap down back to like 6,000 or 5980. Not financial advice. Gotta lay down, yeah, of course, man. Get some rest. Get some rest and get refreshed for tomorrow. Damn. That's wild. What's going on? Man, what are we doing here, man? Come on, let's pop this already. Pop it, Jimmy. What are we waiting for? We need more people to wake up to this Easter egg, to the kitty. Yeah, it's a show. No, Augustine, that's yeah, I don't know what the show is about, but what is this? What is this show? Interesting. I don't know what that is. Looks like a contest. Looks like a contestant. I don't know. Never seen it before in my life. Oh man, what is this? Come on. Who's being a wuss? Who is being a wuss and trying to sell this off? You suck. Suck. God. Well, I mean, if it's anything to not be concerned of, it's because the SPY is actually rejecting the 200 EMA and trying to actually come back down. Let me see something here. Oh, it might be that the market is trying to do a top reversal and come back down. Yikes. That would suck.
Ana Bárbara, Bárbara. Ten en cuenta, Bárbara. No, es que tú no sabes lo que estás hablando tú, mira, oye, mira, pendejo, coño.
Come on, man. Damn. How would it sound if William was full port in GME weeklies? Alright. Lion was right. Lion was right all about GME. I have to give him the credit. You gotta give credit where credit is due. I have to say that I am ashamed of myself and embarrassed for making Lion feel the way he was feeling because of my selfish and rude actions, because I do not believe in GME and I think that GME is a piece of company, and myself, William P. Ferrand, have been sadly mistaken, and I apologize for doing that. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to get some Jimmy weeklies for the $23 calls, and I expect to make all my money back from GTII, which is another piece of shit company, Finger, Logic, Nixie, G-Bucks, MMMMMMTTTPPPPP, and all the other stocks that I have called that failed on me. And now I am getting the big twig up my ass because I cannot get a trade right for my life. So, as predicted, not financial advice, I will follow Lion's advice. Well, it's not financial, but Lion might be on to something, and I will put all my money into what he says, because I think that all of the bulls will go into GME. Oh gosh. All right, you guys. How's that?
As predicted. So I'm sorry, Lion. I am very sorry. And I will get into GME. Oh, God. Stony Bones. Stony Bones.
As predicted. It's okay, William. I forget you. I forgive you. It'll be okay. It'll be alright. Not financial advice, of course. It's okay. Things happen, and you know, there's always going to be that opportunity, but you gotta get in there at the right time, the right moment, where you feel. And as you can see, there was an alert that had just happened. And if I take a look right now, it seems like oh, all right. So oil has pulled back. It's pulling back right now. Here we go. It's trying to test the 200 SMA. Is it the SMA? Yes, it is. It's the SMA. Oh my God. So the 200 SMA, which is hanging around maybe 71.70. Maybe if it holds above 72, could act like support. Well, we are still waiting on any type of events or any news that will come out from the Middle East. If there's anything else that's happening or is attacked in regards to oil, that could all change and it could all start spiking up back again. But if it doesn't, if there is some type of a temporary ceasefire, this could all start coming back down and retesting maybe 69, maybe 69, which is my favorite number, or just around that range. Not financial advice. In terms of Bitcoin is trying to push right back over. It seems like if that's the case, we already know, we've gone through this before. Always look for Bitcoin as a reference if you are trading these specific stocks that deals with Bitcoin mining. For example, we got yourself Hut. We got Hut, which has been actually on a decline for some time since June 12th on the 5-minute chart. Here closing at 1748. Then you got yourself, did I have iron in here? No, I don't think I did. Then you have Mara, which also had found a bounce from as low as 1462 and closed at 1508. Which Mara is actually currently up slightly at 1510. But if you see by any chance Bitcoin completely doing a reversal and starting to sell off, coming back down below 102,000, Mara could continue on with its downtrend overall, as you can see, as you've seen here on the 4-hour chart, and make new lows and perhaps maybe reach back as low as 1450, maybe below that, in my opinion. And you have MicroStrategy too with the same deal. Well, you can see that bounce right here, but then it could also topple over and then follow Bitcoin and reach as low as 375 again as that support. 390 would be the resistance, in my opinion. Not finished the device. Just like that, Zelly. Not finished the device, Zelly. Zelly, 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 Zelly. Let's see if there's anything new that just reported here. Let me see. Oh my god. No. Oh no, no. Oh god, no. No. Oh no, look at this. Unusual whales. 39 minutes ago, breaking. Israel Prime Minister says that Iran, quote, tried to assassinate President Trump twice. Really? Coming from the Prime Minister himself. That's very random. How would that actually affect I don't know. I do not know, but that is wild. Huh? Whoa, Libya? What's happening in Libya now? We're going to take out Senate creatures in 5 years, sorry, right? No. Huh. Oh, gold. 24 hours ago, it was nukes. Now it says regime change a la Iraq, Syria, Libya. We pay more with more immigration and inflation. Wait, what is going on? Yikes. There's an interesting pattern going on here. Oh, this is some tinfoil type It's crazy. Alright, so I'm gonna go here and check just quickly what Finger has been doing. Let's look at the daily real quick. What's up with that? I haven't heard anything interesting about Finger so far. But the fact that Finger is indeed reaching that well-known major level of support back at $2 a share, just like in the past as it's done before. Wondering if somehow, some way, if $2 is indeed the floor for Finger before it actually tries to come back, and you know, with all the special ingredients, of course, especially with a surge in volume coming back into Finger and making this pop back over 250, you know, $3, and perhaps maybe with this gap fill here where it left back in May the 28th to the 29th. This is from 323 to 353 within that range. But if it bounces for this, if it bounces from here, maybe you can see that comeback very soon for Finger, and in volume, and in also options volume too, which would be great. That would be awesome. So then, as of the 13th at 5:19 p.m. Eastern Time, there was only 350,000 short shares available with 30.19% cost to borrow fees. So it's somehow staying stable around the 30s. So it's not so bad. Max pain for Surprisingly, the max pain for the June 20th contracts expiring this coming Friday, the max pain for Finger is at $3 a share. Interesting. Max pain. Max pain. $3. Wow. What else do we have going on here? I'm curious about INDO. Let's see what this says. Oh, so INDO, as of 1:57 p.m. Eastern Time today, reporting 40.63% from cost to borrow fees, and only 15,000 short shares available. So that's surprising to see. HUSA, Houston American Energy Corp, with a cost to borrow of only just 1.09%, and 0 shares, short shares available. My dude Burgerman 918, what is up? Steel X, that is United States Steel. And we've seen a lot of news in terms of U.S. Steel and the whole agreement with Nippon Steel from Japan. And did anyone see anything in their account for G-Bucks, that divvy? To be honest, I actually, to be transparent, I actually don't have G-Bucks. But I do go over the charts from here from time to time, and I know Big JR has a position in G-Bucks, and from what I know, and yeah, I've been covering this. I know that for a fact. And besides, Finger looking a bit bearish there, still in a decline, but hopefully that $2 level connect as a floor and as a support for Finger to bounce back up. As for G-Bucks, it is actually looking like the same scenario where it's seen a lot of bearish activity since G-Bucks had bounced off from that range around 215 to 220 a share, and then it had ran up from May 30th from that price range all the way to as high as $5.72 to then come back down and then sell off with a lot of selling pressure and so forth, but somehow leading to a similar situation like Finger, where $2 could also play out as a major support level for G-Bucks. I could be wrong in this, and this is just speculation, but that would actually be very possible, if bullish, very possible entry for G-Bucks to enter and all of a sudden try to play the swing if it goes back up from here, because you could tell here that it definitely held somewhat of a bottom around this range, around this level. So that's my take on it so far, and hopefully there is some changes. I see that the regime classifier is also changing in a way. This is the distribution. Usually the decline continues and then perhaps an accumulation afterwards, but we'll see what happens this week with G-Bucks. So in terms of steel, wow, the last time we reviewed steel, it was like around maybe around 440 and change. Let me look back and see. Wow, that's a huge run up here. What happened? Whoa. Wow, that was a big pump there. Yeah, around from $40 a share all the way to as high as $54, and then eventually reaching 54.24 as the new 52-week high. So wow, so X is definitely seeing some, definitely seeing a comeback there. And as of 2 days ago, breaking, Nippon to close U.S. steel deal after national security pact with Trump, reported by the Wall Street Journal. And it says here that Nippon Steel plans to complete its purchase of U.S. steel after reaching an agreement with the Trump administration to resolve national security concerns. The Tokyo-based steelmaking giant beat out rival steelmakers in a bidding competition with a $14.1 billion offer in December 2023, but was blocked from completing the purchase by then President Joe Biden in January on national security grounds. So Biden pretty much prevented the pump from happening because of his idiot decision making. But now that this is happening and this agreement is about to take place, the pact with the Trump administration includes an issuance of a so-called golden share to the U.S. government, giving it authority over the Pittsburgh-based steelmakers' production and trade matters. The agreement also calls for Nippon Steel to make around $11 billion in new investments over the next few years, a commitment to build a new steel mill after 2028 that would boost the total investment to $14 billion. Quote, today's executive order ensures U.S. Steel will remain in the great Commonwealth of Pennsylvania and be safeguarded as a critical element of America's national and economic security. The deal with President Trump has repeatedly called a partnership stands to reshape the American steel industry. Nippon Steel is a deep-pocketed player that plans to expand production and rejuvenate U.S. Steel's aging operations that have lagged behind new competitors' plants for decades. This partnership will bring a massive investment that will support all our communities and families for generations to come, the company said in a joint statement. They said that the interaction has received all regulatory approvals and it is expected to be finalized promptly. And so forth. G pussy. Yeah, let me check out what's going on with that G pussy. That G pussy's tight right now. Hold on. Let's see. Where is that G puss? G puss. What up, G puss? Let me get that G pussy. You know what I'm saying? Oh my god. The only thing that I would think of is for the deal to not go through because of some type of disruption. I think that would probably be the case. If that happens, then it will probably pull down. But as far as I'm seeing here, it looks like it has been trying to break out. It's been trying to break out over 55. And if the deal goes through complete and it gets completed, I'm pretty sure that will definitely push for higher levels. I believe. Wait, I think. If I'm not mistaken, I think X trades on the 24-hour chart. Let's see. Yeah, it does. Oh, look, it does. And as a matter of fact, just about almost 5 minutes ago, U.S. Steel hit $55 exactly on that top of the candle, and right now it's at $54.97. That's on the 4-hour chart, mind you. All right. On the hourly, it looks a little bit strong. Could it break over 55? Maybe. On the 15-minute here, it looks like the MACD here somehow is topping over. Either it will, you know, it will cross under and start to pull back, or it bounces and starts to push the stock back higher. Let me look at 5 minute real quick. Because right now it's like consolidating. But at the same time, as it's consolidating, the MACD is slowly lowering a little bit. The RSI is showing a little bit of a rejection there. So again, you know, it could see a pullback. The support being around somewhere around 54.60, and then you have that, and then you have that resistance at around 55.50. So perhaps I can create an alert there, and 54.60 as a level of support. But that deal, that agreement is supposed to be a catalyst for U.S. Steel. So by all means, I feel like we would have to see how this all plays out. But Trump approves it, as you can see right there, on Friday. So there should have been some type of a reaction, you know. But of course, you know, people are not really gonna be always trading the 24-hour markets. I'm pretty sure the volume is gonna be coming in from into pre-market and market open during market hours. So again, levels to watch out for: 55.40 as the next resistance, 54.60 as support. Not financial advice. Do your own research and manage your risks, and make sure that you are indeed setting those limits and not giving them back a single dime from your gains. NFA. All right. I appreciate that, Burger Man. And I see the picture of a Golden Gate, so I'm sure that you're from San Fran. Area code 918. Is that what that is?
She's standing next to you, she tells me. Ella me dijo así mismo, she's standing next to you. Y yo me quedé así, and I was like, I knew she was, but when she said it, I was just like, no, yeah. I said, that's interesting. I said, that you said that. And I said, because I said, I'm feeling her standing next to you. I said, so that's interesting that you just said, I ain't told her that. So it's very interesting because she seems to be communicating with herself. Because ella me eso me pasó y le pasó a la coworker mía. Y esa coworker mía ella y yo somos bien chéveres y ella y yo como que nos decimos cosas. Ella y yo nos decimos cosas. Ella tiene lo suyo y yo lo mío y yo le digo a ella y ella me dice a mí. Y eso ya me salió con eso cuando ella la vio. Yo le digo, yo dije, I take after my dad and I take after my mom. I said, you see my dad, then you see, you see some pieces of me. If you see my mom, you see some pieces of me. Pero cuando ya yo la pues estamos hablando de la boricua y como la boricua es tan rich in culture. Yo le digo, if you see me, I said, you see my grandfather's dog. I said, he had like very, I said, he had very wavy,
Yeah. Wolfspeed. Wolfspeed. 1 second. Wolfspeed. I've heard of that. I've heard of it. Oh, Wolfspeed is in a little barcoding moment right there. Looks like it's been barcoding for a while, right? Especially here on the 15 minute, it looks a little stagnant. But it's underneath the 200 EMA. Huh. Oh man, I'm actually this is the first time reviewing. This is the first time reviewing. Oh, okay. Wait a minute. What have you heard so far from Wolfstar? What is this? I think we're gonna have to do some research together. Actually, yeah. Let me look at this right now. Thank you, Two Wheel Pursuits. I appreciate you. Pleasure seeing you on the line stand today. And if you're a father, happy Father's Day. The same thing goes for you too, Burger Man and Two Wheel Pursuits. Oh yeah. Wolfspeed Inc. All right. They got a lead plaintiff appointed in the Wolfspeed class action lawsuit. Oh gosh. Ay ay ay. No. Yeah, no problem. All right. So since this is my first time, what I like to do is pretty much like just look at the company, the overview on TradingView, and see what it's all about. As I see already, it's under semiconductor sector. No, electronic technology sector, semiconductors. Market cap at 200. Let me see, because it might be different on Webull. 200. Okay, so the market cap is the same here. So $200.76 million in market cap. The shares outstanding is 155.63 million shares. Free float 154.08 million shares. So I guess it's like a small, well, it's more, I don't know if it's considered a micro cap stock, or is it a small cap stock? It could be a micro cap stock. What is considered, okay, Zali, a micro cap stock. Okay. A microcap stock is a stock issued by a publicly traded company with a relatively small market cap, typically less than $250 to $300 million. These stocks are often more volatile and risky than those of larger companies due to their smaller market cap, lower trading volumes, and potential for fraud or corporate governance issues. Potential for higher returns. Microcap stocks can offer higher growth potential and potentially outperform larger company stocks. Higher risk, they are considered riskier due to the smaller size, less established track records, and potential for significant price fluctuations. Penny stock for sure. I'll just go on Wolf on this. So, a little summary here. Wolfspeed Inc. is an innovator of wide bandgap semiconductors focused on silicon carbide and gallium nitride materials and devices for power and radio frequency applications. Its product families include silicon carbide and GaN materials, power devices, and RF devices. And its products are targeted for various applications such as electric vehicles, fast charging, 5G, renewable energy and storage, and aerospace and defense. The company was founded by these people here in 1987, Durham. Looks like their earnings have been a little bit high as of the second quarter of 2025. They beat earnings per share last earnings and the earnings before that, so it could be expected for them to have another increase. So who knows what the next earnings could bring for the stock. In terms of how this looks like in the historic chart, and take a look. This dates back, all the way to 1987. I'm guessing that's when it was listed, or let's see. No, actually, the company was listed around 1993, February. Started around. It was a penny stock too. I don't see any reverse splits for the stock in the past. This was once upon a time a penny stock that was that went up to $102 a share back in March of 2000, and there was a lot of. I mean, I'm telling you, like if it was like where you would buy and hold for like 2 decades. I'm pretty sure that maybe history would repeat itself and then have another run. But from what I'm seeing now, I mean, this has been on a decline. It has been on a decline for a long time, ever since that high of $142.33 back in November 15 of 2021. And on top of that, you don't know what I mean. Pretty sure the shorts were all over this in the past too. Had some swings up and down. Then it just started getting shorted to hell, and ended up trading below the 200 EMA. I mean the SMA by March of 2023, with a retest back in July of 2023, and then from there it never came back to retest that 200 SMA. So it has been in a big decline since December 2022 all the way till now, is where we see somewhat of a potential. I mean, I'm not as accurate, but hopefully if it doesn't become a repetition of like how it's been going since last year to now, because there have been many opportunities where it would actually go up, retest the 8 SMA, and then reject, come down, retest, come down, retest, and come down, like lower lows, lower lows, lower lows. But here at this point, it looks like it has made somewhat of a lower high, and it bounced off. And here also on this RSI, it does look like this that the RSI length is also curling up on the weekly. Again, the past 3 earnings had been successful in earnings per share, but the revenue was a little bit of a miss. But the one for January 29th was a beat. But the last one was also a miss. So I wonder if the estimated revenue for the next one, which is on August 26th, in the next 2 months, would be a success and beat both earnings and revenue. But at the same time, it all needs to pretty much fall in trajectory into what's happening with the stock in general. Because here, even though you see this on the weekly chart as the stock seems to want to find another bottom, and it closed higher than the last weekly candle at around 129, and here at what is that, 118? No, actually, as a matter of fact, this actually came down a bit. Let me check the daily chart real quick. Oh, okay. Well, here's the thing. So right off the bat, what do you see? You see the gap, a daily gap. And that gap is somewhere between 188 and $3, give or take. So this obviously needs to continue to trend back up and bounce off right back into the gap and try to hit past $2, past 245, and then that goal price target of $3 per share. In my opinion, that would be the bullish case scenario. The last thing you would want is for Wolf to break below somewhere around 115 and then eventually break back below $1 to then retest that last low at 83 cents, and then continue that decline that's been having for all that time for the past 2 years. That's my take on it. In terms of like what I see here on the news, it looks like back in the end of May, the company was appointing a lot of new people on the board of directors, including COO, industry veteran, executive vice president, and operating chief. Pretty much like cleaning out the old and in with the new. And let me see the 4-hour real quick, because we always got to check all the time frames. We want to make sure that it's all like aligning with what we're seeing. All right, so somehow also the 4-hour chart had been showing. Remember, TradingView charts do not chart during the 24-hour. They should do that though. I'm not sure if it's available, but they should do it so like they can sync, the charts with the 24-hour trading session, so you can see what's happening here. Because I don't want to go to like another app and look at the 24-hour session somewhere else, and then I have everything here, Okay, so they gave the new interim CFO 33,000 shares. Okay. And okay, so the last CFO already departed May 30th, and then this new guy will receive $100,000 in June as part of the new appointment, and up to $300,000 more based on certain restructuring milestones. What else? May 21st here by MarketWatch, Wolfspeed stock more than halves its value as bankruptcy fears build. So there was a mention about bankruptcy here back in May 21st, where the chip company was reportedly preparing to file for bankruptcy as it deals with mounting debt, which is, I mean, obviously not a good thing. But if you're trying to, play this as a swing, then that's a different story, in my opinion. But if everything is changing within the company, and there's new people in the board of directors and all that stuff, and what you just mentioned, I mean, that could turn things around. So, okay, perfect. No bankruptcy. So that's checked off the list, right? No grant. Okay, so just try to just fear mongering and try to get retail to shake off and dump their positions. Got it. I'm learning, so I appreciate this information. Two Real Pursuits. Really appreciate that. So since that's the case, let me look at the. Wait, does it have options? Let me see if it has options. Although right now it's down a little bit to 127, but it's holding within that range between 127 and 130. Does it have options? Does it have options? Yes, it does. Oh shoot. Excuse me. So, okay. Interesting. So there is options. Wow, they have a lot of dates here, and especially reaching all the way up to December 17 of 2027. Wow. And I'm surprised because there's a lot of open interest for these options for January 15, 2027. There's a lot of open interest here, over 12,000 for the $3 strike calls. If you look for the January 16, 2026 calls, I see that there's a huge amount of open interest here for the $10 strike at 33,212 with a volume of 56. So not as much volume as you would think, but the open interest is definitely surprising to see at that amount. Let me check the July 18, 2025 options chain. Okay. Okay. All right, so there's a lot of concentration for the $2 strike calls for July 18 expiration, with 12,543 open interest and 101 volume. Then the $3 strike here with 4,594 open interest and 305 volume, which is a lot higher than the $2 strikes. Huge amount of open interest for the $7 strikes though, at 25,205. But obviously the safest route that you would take is to pretty much play closer to in the money calls, in my opinion, so that if it does start to push, to recover and push back and retest 150, then that would definitely benefit those calls. Not financial advice, but it has a bit of a spread there between the bid and the ask. The asking price at 36 cents per contract. August 15. The August 15 is seeing a bit more volume here for the $1.50 strike. At 40 cents. How about that? I might just I might you got me intrigued, man. You definitely had me intrigued, and of course this is not to pump the stock or tell anybody to buy or sell, do any of that stuff. This is just for educational research and entertainment purposes. Just strictly in our opinions. That is all. What is the max pain, by the way? Let's see. Oh, wow. I don't know if this is updated. And I consider this as speculation, but just take it with a grain of salt. But we have the max pain here for the June 20th contracts. Expiration date for $4 a share. And then you have the July 3rd expiration dates with the $1.50 max pain. So I'm surprised it's that high. Look at this though. I know it might not mean anything, but June 18, 2026 contracts with a max pain of $12.50. Wow. I have taken a large portion as a gamble, dude. Oof. So like, if you don't mind me asking, like, what is this gamble? How much are we talking about here? You can get or share. I mean, it's all right. It's all good, man. Surprise me. Shock me. Just a position in shares, or are you also doing options? Yeah, you know what? I'm gonna do something for you too. Even though ChatGPT can make mistakes, I want to know what ChatGPT's opinion is. Yeah, it's always oh, you're a beginner. Okay, yeah, it's always best to just stick with shares. You know, it's always good to just stick with the safest route and just do shares, you know, because obviously that never expires, and especially if you're taking a position now, like, and it's bottoming and it starts to recover and all of a sudden it's doing good things here and there, it's starting to push up on an uptrend. You're gaining, you're winning, and you're making those gains. I mean, what can I say? That's the best route you can take. I'm a little gambler myself, but I'm more aggressive, and I usually tend to stick with options, even though I should be adding regular positions into my port. And I'm still learning myself. I'm just an average investor like you, learning the ins and outs, and just studying the ebbs and flows and how things move, and what I see is what I see, you know. But that's definitely, wow, like, you definitely got in at a great time, and at 82 cents. and probably DCAing too if you're dollar cost averaging and building that position too. I mean, imagine that going up from 82 cents all the way to $2. I mean, that's, I mean, again, like if you take that, where's 82 cents at? So from here all the way to $2, that's already a 150% move. If it goes to $2.50, that's already a 200% gain in 26 days. Times that, yeah, of course. And if you add more, even better. You'll be set. I'm just 16. Just want to see because and all it takes also is a lot of patience, because if it's also low volume too at the moment, you just have to see what plays out, you know, with the company. But it is very intriguing to see, and I really want to see how this plays out. So I'm gonna actually put this on. I'm gonna put that on my watch list, and I want to see how this is gonna go. Another position that, well, another play that I have been watching. Well, actually, as a matter of fact, before I even move into that, if you take a look at the Max Payne again, $4 for the June 20th contracts. Again, June 20th is quadruple witching day, so that is when a lot of contracts, futures, options, single stock, everything expires, and then the last hour is when there's a whole bunch of volatility. So, okay, now here's the thing. So currently for the borrow fee, as of June 15, as of today at 9:10 p.m. Eastern Time, there were 1,500,000 shares available with a fee of 35.51%. It seems like it's been staying around 35% for a bit. Shorts might have to cover, especially if the cost to borrow percentage continues to increase, the short shares available begins to drop, and also the days to cover, if that begins to drop too, then we might have a situation in our hands, and we see some action for Wolf finally. Currently, the short interest ratio for Wolf at 6.87 days to cover. You're welcome, by the way. You have the short interest percentage of the float at 47.44%. Wow. Let me just do something real quick. Screenshot that. The daily chart like this. There's a lot of gaps. There's a gap up. You can see the gap that was filled here. They're ranging from 190 to 311. Wow. Then there's another gap up here, which I noticed that is above $11 a share. So I was wondering about that. Pretty interesting. So what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna do something real quick that I usually do too. In terms of, actually wait, let me post this, and then I'm gonna go ahead and then I'm gonna go ahead and take a screenshot of this. Or should I do the weekly chart? I think I could do all three. Let me see if I can post 3 pictures at the same time. Oh, maybe I could do this. This is something that I usually do for fun, and I like to upload these images. I just found this stock Wolf. What can you tell me? And also, is any potential catalysts? All right, check this out. This is pretty cool. I really don't want to rely on AI, but sometimes I just can't help it. Oh boy. All right, so let's see. So the overview and recent performance. Got the price around 129, down 4.4% intraday, trading in a 127 to 137 range, with 9.5 million shares traded. Market cap around 403 million. Year-to-date performance down roughly 75 to 85% from last year's high. Debt and cash sitting on $1.3 billion in cash versus 6.5 billion in debt, including convertible notes due in 2026 to 2029. That was sourced from Wall Street Journal. Then you have look at that. As soon as you mentioned that, that's on number 3. So I'm about to read that. And of course, bankruptcy is off the list, so we don't have to worry about that. But recent catalysts and news. You have debt restructuring talks. So Apollo Global Management and Moelis are negotiating debt restructuring, possibly via out of court or Chapter 11. Addition of board members with restructuring expertise suggests a serious push toward decisive action. Bankruptcy speculation. The Wall Street Journal and other outlets reporting potential Chapter 11 filing, spiking volatility, and a 70% collapse in the stock, which of course it's all manipulation in my opinion, and what you just said too earlier. As the shorts probably trying to shake off retail, whoever decided to get into this. Then you have federal funding and the CHIPS Act, which you just mentioned too. And Wolfspeed could receive up to $750 million in CHIPS Act funding, plus $1 billion in tax credits. However, eligibility hinges on timely debt structuring. Technical price moves. So stock has seen sharp spikes, 10 to 30% recently, mainly driven by retail speculation, short squeeze dynamics, and liquidity events more than fundamentals. The operational and strategic factors. Wolfspeed is a pure play silicon carbide leader, critical for EVs, renewables, and industrial systems. New CEO Robert Friel, whatever how you say that name, and a refreshed leadership team may accelerate capacity ramp up, especially at the Mohawk Valley Fab, and improve margin profile. And a backlog over $1.2 billion suggests demand isn't the issue, but scaling production is. So here is, based on what ChatGPT has come up with the upcoming catalyst to watch. So here are the key events that could shift sentiment in the near term. So catalyst number 1, debt restructuring outcome, mid 2025. Clearing. So why does this matter? It matters because it clears this hurdle. Because clearing this hurdle could unlock federal funding and alleviate solvency fears. Second catalyst would be the CHIPS Act funding decision, which gives them a green light for the $750 million grant plus tax credits, which would boost liquidity and de-risk capital structure. Then the fourth quarter of financial year 2025 earnings, May 2025 released, management tones on margin, guidance, and capacity ramp that will be under scrutiny. Then you have the fourth catalyst, which is Mohawk Valley and North Carolina. What is it? No, I mean, not North Carolina. I mean, NC Fab Ramp. Which, why this matters? Higher utilization at these fabs could materially improve gross margins. And then, last but not least, convertible note maturities from 2026 to 2029. So, oh, no, yeah, North Carolina. There you go. I was like, what? Any delays or missed payments could trigger stress. They're critical for medium-term stability. So, for the outlook summary, short-term, high volatility driven by debt-related headlines and retail flows, of course, manipulation by the shorts. Midterm, the restructuring outcomes and the CHIPS Act funding decision are pivotal. If positive, they could trigger a rebound. If not, risk remains high. And for the long term, Wolfspeed's competitive position in SiC tech is strong, but execution, including fab ramp, debt management, and achieving profitability, all of those things will determine its future. So the bottom line, Wolf is in a high-risk, high-reward phase. Positive resolution on debt and funding could spark a structural recovery, but until that happens, the stock is likely to remain volatile, subject to speculative momentum and headline swings. Let's see. Can you tell me more about the CHIPS Act and how this would play a big role in the company? And how would Here is a speculative question. Okay, you ready for this? Can you tell me more about the CHIPS Act and how this will play a big role in the company, and how would the stock succeed in making a comeback, including perhaps a short squeeze? I love this. All right, so we're gonna break this down clearly and strategically. So the CHIPS Act, the CHIPS and Science Act, signed into law 2022, allocates $52.7 billion in federal funding to support U.S. semiconductor manufacturing, R&D, and supply chain security. And this funding includes direct grants, which amounts to $39 billion to support building fabs, R&D centers, and workforce training. Manufacturing investment tax credit, which amounts to $24 billion to 25% tax credit for capital expenditures in semiconductor facilities, and R&D and workforce training, which amounts to $11 billion, which the purpose is to build talent pipeline, innovation hubs, and regional support. Okay, so you think you think they're sandbagging? They're sandbagging pretty heavy. I ain't gonna lie, but they're probably gonna be suffering a little bit for that. Silicon carbide is grown from crystals. Okay. Yeah, let me take a look at that. Silicon carbide. Ah, okay. So it's a compound of silicon and carbon, known for its exceptional hardness. I can't even talk today. Exceptional hardness and high temperature performance. It's a versatile material used as an abrasive, a semiconductor, and in high performance ceramics. Its unique properties like high thermal conductivity and resistance to extreme temperatures make it valuable for in various industries. So that makes for a very good battery in terms of EVs. Imagine if they use this for e-bikes too, man. That would be. I mean, I am looking for the day that they decide to come out with an e-bike with a battery that's made out of some type of material like this, or some type of solid state battery that would make the bike run even more than 200 miles in one charge. I'm waiting for that day to come and maybe kind of like pick up the speed a little bit more, like an Anioki or something. Let's see. So it's in a reactor, and Wolf is the leader. Ah, okay. Yeah, so semiconductors, the SiC-based power devices are increasingly used in electric vehicles, power supplies, and other high-power applications, enabling greater efficiency and performance. Very good. All right. So, the company formerly known as Cree. Was that the ticker symbol too? Let's see. Okay, so see, it goes into it more here, as you were just mentioning. So Wolfspeed is a pure player leader in silicon carbide, critical for EVs, power electronics, and high efficiency systems. I think I need some water. Excuse me. So, so the CHIPS Act is not just for traditional semiconductors like NVIDIA or Intel. Wolfspeed qualifies because it builds fab infrastructure in the U.S. It supplies advanced power semiconductors vital to national supply chain independence. So think Tesla, think GM, General Motors, and power grid upgrades. And it's already investing billions into fab expansions like Mohawk Valley, New York, and Siler City, North Carolina. So the key benefits Wolfspeed could get, theoretically, so the first incentive is the U.S. federal grants, which estimated value would be up to $750 million. And for the use for the Siler City, North Carolina fab build-out, then the second incentive is the 25% tax credit, which we discussed. The estimated value up to $1 billion, which the use would be for offsets, capex for Mohawk Valley in North Carolina, and R&D funds, which would be tens of millions of the estimated value. And the uses would be to accelerate the SiC tech development. But here in caution, the funding is contingent on Wolfspeed proving financial stability, and that's why its debt restructuring is crucial. So that's why, in theory, once they can get, once they could be able to once they can be able to resolve its debt restructuring um, um, situation, then they can move on to these other things that would then progress the company into the next step and possibly see a, you know, more growth in the future for the company. If it happens, yes, it would be great for Two Wheels Pursuit and getting his millions one day, and you know, manifestation. We manifest. Oh, Rocky Mountain Gobblers, man, what a name! Just found you very interesting. Yeah, thank you. Thank you for subscribing. Thank you for joining the Lion's Den, and it's a pleasure. It's a pleasure meeting you, man. And if you're a father, happy Father's Day. So, I like to dig deep into this stuff. I love that. So how's what is he doing? He's having fun with the playset. So how this helps? Remember, this is ChatGPT again for educational research and entertainment purposes. Anything and everything said on here is not financial advice and just strictly in our opinion. I think I just said that. But always remember that you're your own decision maker of your investments and what you do with your money, as long as you're managing your risks and setting those limits and never giving them back a single penny in your gains. All right? That is the whole point of this game. So, how this helps the stock make a comeback, all right? So if Wolfspeed secures CHIPS Act funding, here's the potential impact. So one would be the balance sheet repair. So the $750 million to $1 billion in grants would equal less need to issue dilutive equity or high interest debt, and it could bolster liquidity, which would improve credit outlook and would lower risk of default. Second would be investor confidence boost. So government backing would equal to stamp of legitimacy, and hedge funds, institutions, and even retail traders may regain confidence within the company to then invest more into the company, in my opinion. Third, growth catalyst. So accelerated fab build-outs, better gross margins due to scaling and efficiency, and higher backlog fulfillment, which would result in more revenue recognition. And last but not least, valuation re-rating. So the current price per share ratio is suppressed due to solvency fears. Remove that overhang and you get market reprices based on revenue / margin growth again. you need a good lick, and I deserve it. Yes. So again, this part is just speculation, all right? Take it with a grain of salt, but hey, you never know. You never know. So how could this trigger a short squeeze? So currently, as you saw, the short interest is massive, estimated at 30 to 40% of the float, depending on the source, depending on where you get this information from. And here's how a squeeze setup could form. Factor number one, high short interest, which the impact would be lots of fuel for a squeeze. Positive chips funding headline. If news comes out and all of a sudden chips, da 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 da, approved, this is happening, blah 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 blah, then you have an instant momentum shift where hedge funds, institutions, and all of that, you know, then they're all like given the green light to get into the stock, and then, you know, then the third factor would be retail, just mentioned, plus the algo traders piling in, which the impact would be the sentiment turning rags to riches, which would be two-wheel pursuits. In that case, you'll be turning rags to riches, and you'll be carrying one heck of a bag full of gold and money and all of that you can think of. The fourth factor as institutions forced to cover, which would impact short covering to accelerate a rally, and last but not least, technical breakout, gamma ramp plus FOMO squeeze continuation. So the examples of that is pretty much the similar setups with Novavax, Bed Bath and Beyond, and even Tesla pre 2020. It says here, hated names, heavily shorted, but one macro catalyst flipped the script. And that's all it takes. It takes that one macro catalyst, that one big catalyst to change the whole narrative of the play and to make the company profitable again, to make the company greater again, and to see this all come to fruition, in my opinion, which is possible. But again, all of this is just speculation, as we're just reviewing what is said on ChatGPT and what I think of it. So, oh, what's up, HB? Yeah, that was I was looking at SPX 6900. I had targets for 160. I had reached that, but then like when the whole market was tumbling down last week, I couldn't help myself but think, well, it would probably do the same thing, and that's when SPX 6900 went down again to I think 150, 152. Oh, well, yeah, well, there you go. So as you can tell here, it did come back down from last Wednesday it went to as high as 174. It went as high as 174, or was 177? I can't see it. Well, it almost reached so SPX 6900 almost reached the 52-week high of 177. But then it toppled over. Then you had the big sell-off in the markets overall. Came back down to like 129. Wow, that's a big swing down. And then swang back up to 159. Then it's in a consolidation, trying to hold above the 200 SMA and trying to break back over 150 to try to go back to a swing to 170 and much higher. I mean, overall, if you look at that from the larger time frames, you could see that it's literally, could you imagine if, everything goes into blockchain and then all of a sudden, like, the SPX 500 goes into the 6900 and then everything is traded on the 6900? That would be crazy. That would be crazy, right? But yeah, that's pretty cool though. And it is pumping here, so it could test 150 right now. Looks like a very volatile coin. Yo, what up, Matt K?
Where's Kenny?
Let me see, what else? That's a lot of information here. Let's see, what my name? What to watch next? Catalyst checklist. I like this. What up? How you doing, Matt? Happy Father's Day. Cree as in LEDs? I used to use them. Oh, Matt knows about them. You could talk to him about that stuff. Yo, Matt, didn't you talk about Wolf before? I could have sworn you mentioned about Wolf. Am I tripping? Let me see something here. I'm actually very I'm actually no? Okay, I guess we didn't mention Wolf on here. No, we didn't. I could have sworn I heard of that name before in the past. I don't know if it was like a week ago or 2 weeks ago. No, I don't smoke that stuff, bro. And after all those weed shops selling weed that is laced with fent and all that dirty stuff, just growing your own stuff. Anyways, the catalyst, just you got the checklist here. Debt restructuring, CHIPS Act grant, CEO guidance update for the next earnings or interview, fab utilization improvement for the next 2-3 quarters, high volume price spike, shorts to begin covering and all that stuff. Apparently, ChatGPT is giving us a chart setup here to watch. That the breakout above major resistance is, for example, somewhere between $2 to $2.50. Short volume spike plus borrow fee jump. So we got to look out for that. So if we see, like for example, the days to cover go down, the cost to borrow to rise up and spike, maybe in the triple digits, because that's when you know that things are getting pretty hot and spicy. And for, oh, there you go, SPX just broke out of 150. SPX 6900 just broke out of 150, and it's pushing with a lot of volume right now, crazy volume. So look out for 156 to 160 in between that range for the next resistance. Let me go back to Wolf right now. What about you, Matt? What are you looking into? What are you looking into right now, man? I think we might see a little bit of a pullback on oil for now. So yeah, 22 hours ago with 1,500,000 short shares available, 35% cost to borrow. If you see that spike, like I said, spiking to the triple digits, you already know things will get hot and spicy. The short interest percentage of the float, way over 40%, 47.44%. That is getting spicy too. But yeah, so yeah, it says from 2 to 250. From 2 to 250. Let me look at the daily real quick. Look at the daily. Hold on. That is funny because that is like where the gap is, honestly. Because you have two here, $2 right here, and then you have 250 right here. So 250, right in that gap. And then you need that bounce right off at 130. But Wolf right now, let me see. Where's Wolf? What is Wolf doing? Wolf isn't seeing much volume right now, just because it's the overnight hours. And oh, that's the weekly. And it's been barcoding, so maybe the calm before the storm, in my opinion. Oh my God! Wait, where's Oh, never mind. I was freaking out for a bit. I thought. Oh shoot. Wait, let me go back to Wolf. I think I'm gonna make a huge mental rule: no trading in the first half hour, if not an hour of the market being open. Yeah, some people actually. As a matter of fact, I've heard of that many times where people will actually wait like 45 to an hour. Sometimes 15 minutes depending on what stock they're looking at. Maybe the SPY, but in general, like people would have to have a general view of like what the stock, like what stocks are doing or what the market is doing for them, so you could be able to, make the decision to take an entry depending on what it is, and making your day trade or whatever it is that you're trying to do, which would make a huge difference. So yeah, I could agree with you with that. I don't think that's a bad strategy at all. Just waiting it out and see what trend takes place, what pattern starts to develop. Of course, look at all time frames. Make sure that you look at the MACD, the RSI, make sure anything is overbought, oversold, all that good shit. So you can be able to take. So you can be able to succeed in your trades and go in and out. But yeah. So final take from ChatGPT here. Wolfspeed is in a binary setup right now. If they restructure their debt, lock in CHIPS Act money, and ramp production effectively, you're looking at a full-blown recovery story with a squeeze angle, deep value potential, and national interest tailwinds. But if any of these fail, the risk remains steep, including Chapter 11, which is apparently not the case. So there you go. So that is a little, that's your deep dive into the ticker symbol WOLF, Wolfspeed Inc. All right. Specializing in silicon carbide, semiconductors, and all that good stuff. And we'll definitely keep an eye on Wolf for this week and their cost to borrow, and seeing what happens afterwards. Well, no, we're looking at Wolf, not Wolf, not Wolf. As in crypto, we're looking at Wolf. Wolf, not Woof. No, thank you. I consider using ChatGPT in a way to be helpful, in a way that I can get a better overview, a better feel of things, like on how things are going with the company. And then on top of that, look at the history of the chart, and just pretty much like looking at if it's healthy or not, or if it's just one of those plays that can one day explode. Yeah, there's a wolf, and then there's a wolf. And the wolf that you speak of is a Bitcoin miner, the miner stock. Wolf, TerraWolf. TerraWolf is the name of the company. And I know Big JR has talked about TerraWolf a lot, and I remember that. But yeah, definitely you could see that. Yeah, let's see. You got one gap down. That's not the only gap down I see there. Look, you got another one that's here. But this is, of course, this is all speculation here. But you have 3 gap downs. 3 gap downs here. I'm looking for the next one here. I'm trying to lower this. Let me see. That was filled. There is a little tiny little gap. A little itty bitty tiny little gap here. A little gap here. Very tiny. Right there. So small. So it's like somewhere between, that's like $25 right there. I don't know if that usually counts there. Let me see. Is that another gap? There's a lot of gaps here. The only way that these gaps could ever be filled in succession is that if it squeezes. So what is that? That's $32. That's like around 32 bucks. Is that another gap? Damn, that's another gap. That's another gap somewhere around 49 to 52 bucks. How many more gaps do we have here?
So esa es para una
Is that it?
por aquí cerca. Pero el edificio es
Oh, is that another gap right here? How many gaps do we have to fill?
en Story Boulevard. Es un círculo. So ahí,
That looks like 95 to $99.
pero las dos
Ooh, sweet baby Jesus.
las dos principales tienen que ser seniors. A poner apartamentos.
Is that the top already? Yeah, I think that's the top. Yeah.
A one bedroom.
That is the top. And then the highest that's ever been was $142.33 back in November 15 of 2021.
So that's for this. So I don't. It depends
Theoretically
on how big it
speaking,
is.
there are
How big it is. If it's
there are 5 gaps to be filled. And you might be onto something, to Wheel. You might be onto something, but it has to succeed with all these, with all the other with the list of catalysts here, and they have to succeed. I mean, because then we could be seeing on a long-term growth stock.
Yeah, but not for that building specifically. Because that building
I usually like to look at on Twitter too, just in case. Like looking at Twitter. Yeah, same here. I'm a pure speculator myself. You know. I mean, it's can't always be right, but you know, based on look, even this person right here. What is this? Huh? Oh, that looks like wait, what? What is this? Oh, that's crypto. Oh, that's a different. No, that's not the wrong. That's the wrong one. Let's see. Wolfspeed, one of the most important companies you've probably never heard of. 3 years ago, Wolfspeed was trading at $140. Today, it's trading at $1.40. This was June 12th. How the world's leader in silicon carbide could be in for one of the largest V-shaped recoveries in market history. So I think this is like oh, this is like a thread. Okay. Oh, well, no, never mind. I thought it was like a long thread. That's it. Oh, okay. No, that is a big thread. I will post this on I'll post this on the Discord. Let me see something here.
These much needed affordable environments for sustainable residences will help address the city's shortage of affordable housing. I connect 100% affordable homes. They have the football club stadium. It says the 2021 MLS champions, the football club plans to construct the Union Labor, the city's first privately financed 25,000 seat soccer specific stadium, leading to
All right. I put that on the trading floor.
26 FIFA World Cup that will be hosted in North America, including New York. In addition to providing a home for the NYCFC,
Chinese competition.
27 MLS season as the final
Yeah, I'm gonna have to go ahead and look in this.
contribute to the neighborhood's long-term economic growth and
I'm gonna look into this.
investments in the city.
I'm gonna read that.
So they're gonna have that
Whew.
plus the building. You saw how many apartments are there. So the low-income seniors, families, I see. So it has to serve diverse communities, a plan to introduce the residences, soccer stadium, 150 room hotel, and retail shops, and then a public elementary school with open public space. It'll bring together
Elon Musk could acquire them, or Renesas.
because you're gonna have
Wolf has a 10-year contract with Renesas to supply chips and took $2 billion paid up front.
but they're gonna have to so ground
Wait, what? Seriously?
They're gonna have community programming.
No way.
They have to. Or they're gonna have charging ports.
What? Bro, what did I just saw? Okay.
Yeah.
Okay,
It says that they're going to.
that is insane. What?
So the hotel and the residents.
Sorry, I don't know what I just saw, but that was wild.
Oh, it's related companies. I know that. Sterling Equities, NYCFC, NYCED, which is Economic Development Corporation. Keep in touch. So I don't think they've done. So this is just explaining what they're doing. But this hasn't been released just yet.
Huh.
It says phase 1 of Willis Point Development rises in Willis Point. So that was January 2025. It's 12 stories, which will feature a shared one-story podium and yield 880 affordable units in one building and 220 affordable senior units in another. So they're gonna have one building for seniors and another one for families. The project is located on approximately 6-acre plot bounded by Willis Point Boulevard to the northwest, Roosevelt Avenue to the south, and Flushing to the east. Says recent photographs show the reinforced concrete superstructures rising in step with formation of their cinder block walls. Work is further ahead on the larger building. Workers have begun to install the grid of rectangular windows on the lower levels, while the smaller senior building to the north stands shrouded in scaffolding and black netting. The two tower cranes have been erected to aid the construction, so the bigger building is going to be built first. They're going to finish that one first.
Beam Drive Game, so says Google. BeamNG.drive. Damn, Google could be lying too. Damn. Dude, that was crazy, man. Wolf has I was able to add on and picked a total of 28,863 shares. Woo, sweet baby Jesus. That's a lot. We got Sometimes it's worth, the saving, saving the money for something that you've been eyeing for such a long time, and if you manifest enough, and it's just a matter of time, Whew. Just a matter of time.
Fase 2 va a tener el hotel, el public school, un parque. Esa es del otro lado. Dice que
If I would have been able to do the same thing,
7 million square feet of mixed use
and I know I'm like beating myself over this.
feet of residential and 100.
If I was doing that for 3 years
So yeah, it shows.
and saved up a lot of money, I would have done the same thing, but for this play right here. This play right here, let me tell you something. This play that we have been talking about for a very long time. I know I'm probably repeating myself. I'm repeating myself here. But we have been talking about ASST since the end of August, when the stock was, let's see, the end of August. I'm gonna show you. So at the end of August, so around here, it was trading about $1.30 to, and then it had a run up after we had discovered the stock to as high as $3.94. And then it got a couple of swings, went back down to like 135, and then it swung back up to like 350, and then sold like crazy. all the way down, and it went as low. Listen to this. It went as low as 33 cents. It went as low as 33 cents. That was let me tell you right now. So imagine this, right? Where the heck is 33 cents at? Okay, so imagine you put in everything on this stock, December 20th, 2024, and you held it, and you continue to buy and hold from this point. Look at this. Like, you had one swing up to $1.70 from 33 cents, then it came back down. This is more of an accumulation here. And then on May 6th, you had a freaking huge explosion from 65 cents to 341 to 880, comes back down to 391 May 15, then bounces all the way back up to as high as $13.42 on May 22nd, and then to come back down to where it is right now at $5.79. That would have been a play that would probably, would have made you millions, theoretically speaking. So 33 cents. I mean, 33 cents, man. Just imagine that. 33 cents all the way to $13. That's like an AMC run right there, you know? That's like a 30. That's like a 30. That's like an AMC run. And wait, what the hell is this? Oh my god! I tried doing something. Hold on. So yeah, just imagine, like, look at that. So in 153 days, you would have put those 3 years worth of money, gambling money, into ASST. You would have been up 3,957%, almost 4,000%. You would have definitely been a millionaire at that point, I think. Maybe 6 figures. That was one heck of a freaking play. I've never thought that a play that I went over last year with the Lions Den fam would explode in the way it did. But it was for a very interesting reason. As they had signed a $750 million private investment in public equity deal priced at $135 per asset entity's share. And the company said the pricing represents a 121% premium to the stock's close, immediately before Asset Entity's merger announcement with Strive Asset Management earlier this month. So this is what happened, right? The reason why this stock exploded the way it did was because Asset Entities and Strive Asset Management said the financing is expected to close concurrently with the merger transaction, subject to certain conditions, including shareholders' approval, and that the companies plan to use their proceeds to support the merged company's Bitcoin acquisitions. So, Bitcoin acquisitions. People are getting into Bitcoin reserves, treasury reserves, whatever. Yeah, here. Asset entities to merge with strive to launch Bitcoin treasury firm. The combined company will operate as a public Bitcoin treasury under the Strive name and remain listed on NASDAQ. So the company said it plans to use a Bitcoin for stock exchange process to accumulate Bitcoin, expected to qualify as tax-free under Section 351 of the U.S. Tax Code. So because of that was how the stock exploded the way it did. So that was one of the plays that we discovered all together. You talked about Wolf. Mara and Wolf. Mara and Wolf. It could be that Mara will go back up to retest the 200. Because Mara, well, Bitcoin is actually trying to recover and it's trying to retest the 200. And then Mara is like also trying to do the same thing and recover. It's actually over the 200. Closing on a potential push back over 1530 to 1550 maybe. And that's supposed to be considered as resistance. 1550 would be the resistance. I hedged my Wolf with Griffin Digital Mining. Let me look at that real quick. Griffon Digital Mining. Oh, it actually had a big run here. It pushed up really. Wow, wait, 13 cents? It was at 12.5 cents, and it went as high as $2.93. Holy moly! Oh wow! It gapped up though, so that means it still has this gap to fill back down. It's under $1, so it could be trying to come back into this this gap here and fill right for another bottom. But damn, I don't know how. Looks like it's been under $1 for a long time, since July, since the end of July of last year. So it's gonna be a year. And you know about the NASDAQ compliance. You got to hold 10 consecutive days above $1. So I don't know if they had any type of compliance, all that stuff. The director sells shares. 10Q reporting May 15. American Bitcoin GRYP to go public in Trump-backed merger. Oh, okay. Oh, Griffin Digital Mining will merge with American Bitcoin, a miner backed by Eric Trump and Donald Trump Jr.
and an all-stock deal expected to close in the third quarter of 2025. Griffin shares jumped more than 200% to $2.19 on Monday, while Hut 8, another investor in the venture, rose 11% to $15.45. Under the merger terms, American Bitcoin shareholders will control 98% of the combined entity. Eric Trump will take the role of the chief strategy officer. In a statement, he described the company's goal as building the most investable Bitcoin accumulation platform in the market. Which was launched in March, American Bitcoin joins a broader trend of corporations holding Bitcoin on their balance sheets, offering retail investors indirect exposure to crypto. MicroStrategy pioneered this model in 2020. The move also follows a meme coin rollout and a stake in World Liberty Financial, both Trump-linked crypto initiatives. Former President Donald Trump has publicly supported crypto deregulation and said he wants to make the U.S. a leader in digital assets. That's funny. This was an article on May 15, 2025, and they called President Donald Trump former. That's funny. UPEXI, which adopted Solana as a treasury asset, has also seen shares rise fourfold, showing rising investor appetite for crypto-adjacent equities. Investors will be watching how American Bitcoin differentiates itself in a crowded and volatile market. Regulatory developments and Bitcoin price trends remain key drivers ahead of the deal's closing. Yeah, this is May 25th, May 15th article. But yeah, but then May 23rd, yeah, you have directors selling over 1.9 million shares. Chaos likely. Roaring Kitty owns AMC. Wait, yo, what's up, Chaos? Where do you see, was that a speculation, or was that something that you saw in an article maybe? Because that would be really interesting to like, that would be freaking crazy. And then as you know, earlier today, GameStop releasing this teaser trailer. I like to call it teaser trailer because it teases the Lambo, the license plate that says "Love GME" on it, the kitty that says "Hang in there" on the background here inside of the Push Start arcade. It's like a classic diner. You got the boxes on the on top where it says "Up." And it's the same kitty that we see here, man. Look at that. Hang in there. And then look at the rocket and the Buck seatbelt. So, are they trying to send a message? And so I'm still wondering, how will this actually affect GameStop this week? Roy Kitty owning AMC would be nuts. So I wonder,
Watch this. I think for now we're gonna end the stream. Let's end it. Watch this.
Hmm. So the roaring kitty, is that the speculation here?
Movies. All right, let's go. Yeah, movies. Yeah, now we're talking. I mean, I'm sorry. I don't know. I'm not sure. I know probably a lot of people tuned in for different reasons. We're about to start talking about movies. Just random things.
Hmm. Yeah, you know how it followed the same algorithm too.
All right, let's go. Yeah, movies. Yeah, now we're talking. I mean, I'm sorry. I don't know. I'm not sure. I know probably a lot of people.
Like me some movies.
We're about to start talking about movies.
I like me some movies. Yes, movies.
Yas, yas, yas.
Movies. All right, let's go. Yeah, movies. Yeah, now we're talking. I mean, I'm sorry. I don't know. I'm not sure. I know probably a lot of people tuned in for different reasons. We're about to start talking about movies. Just random things. Oh, movies. All right, let's go. Yeah, movies. Yeah, now we're talking. I mean, I'm sorry. I don't know. I'm not sure. I know probably a lot of people tuned in for different reasons. We're about to start talking about movies. Just random things. Oh, movies. All right, let's go. Yeah, movies. Yeah, now we're talking. I mean, I'm sorry. I don't know. I'm not sure. I know probably a lot of people tuned in for different reasons. We're about to start talking about movies. Just random things. Oh, movies. All right, let's go. Yeah, movies. Yeah, now we're talking. I mean, I'm
Movies. Movies, movies. Got the big movies.
Huh. I want to see about that. I mean, there's been a lot of speculation about Roaring Kitty buying AMC. But who knows? Who knows? That would be crazy. I mean, and on top of that, like, it's the same algorithms. The way that they usually go, like, it's pretty evident that they're intertwined and connected. So I like the idea that Roaring Kitty would, you know, potentially have a position in AMC. In my opinion, that would be quite catching. Quite catching indeed. Oh, thank you, Two Wheels Pursuit. Yes, I really appreciate it, man, and that means a lot. Chaos Likely too, and shout out to Rocky Mountain Gobblers. Man, these names are freaking awesome, man. It's so creative. You guys come up with these names.
Yeah, I know. Mira, arte. This one.
Que te dicen lo que tiene que la
Yeah,
pierna bien,
that's
no
a
puede
cherry.
tener la...
I'm getting that
Que
one.
es artista.
Yeah. I think the market is open already. Well, you ready? Are you ready for that? For the market to be open, huh? Yeah, shoot. Wait. Before anything, let me go ahead and let me take this. I'm gonna share. Create the link for this research. And I'm gonna add it to the Discord too, just in case if you want to go back and check the conversation with ChatGPT in regards to Wolfspeed, which is what I like to do here, and I have a section here about it. So here, and I usually just go like that, and presto, and presto. Close this out. Let me look at what is it? GRYP. Let's see if there's anything interesting for the cost to borrow. Okay. Well, the cost to borrow is a bit higher at 40.18% and only 1,600,000 shares available to borrow. So it could be that it's probably coming back up. We gotta. This is something that we're gonna definitely put on the watch list. So that's gonna be on the watch list. We got that on the watch list. We got IMPP and INDO on the watch list. Wolf. We got others that we've been talking about for a while. Oh man, we've been looking at a lot of stocks, man. A lot of stocks. Matt Friday Mullen was just something that was just expected and just devastating to see 2 days in a row of capitulation from the time it ran up to like what was it? Wait, hold on. I'm confused. Yeah, when it went as high as like $25, was it? Yeah, when it went as high as $25, all the way to as low as $2 in just how many days? How many days again? Wait. Since the 4th. So you're talking about like 11 days of capitulation. From 25 all the way down to as low as $2 a share on the dot. That is insane. I mean, I wouldn't even seriously. I wouldn't even touch this with a 100 foot pole. It already had his rally, and then I can guarantee you that this time they would have no other choice but to delist the stock and send it to the OTC. In my opinion, just got back in your own mullet. Dude. You can't make this shit up. Like, for real. For real. Like, it's freaking dead stock. Like, I can't. Like, you could. What else can you do with the stock? Like, in terms of just, like, scalping it when it hits, like, the very bottom. And then it rips up, and then all of a sudden they announce another reverse split. Oh my god. It's in a distribution phase. I mean, it could just all of a sudden, like... Oh, wait a minute. 5 days ago, Mullen Automotive have transferred full ownership of manufacturing facility in Mishawaka. Mishawaka. Whatever that means. But let's see. Let's see. What can we see here? Man. Alright, so besides Wolf and maybe Griffin, what other place do we think have the capabilities of running this week? Yeah, that doesn't matter, right? Let me know if you have any other tickers that you were thinking of for this week. Archer Aviation. Woo. Sorry, I had to come back and use the bathroom for a bit. Not for nothing. Woo. Archer. I think there was some type of news that happened with the Archer Aviation. Yeah, it took the stock back down to 10. Oh, $9.99. So this is what happened, right? And welcome to the Lion's Den, Justin Ross. Natural gas is pumping. Say word. All right, give me 1 second here. Natural gas. Oh, okay. Let me actually add this in here. Nat gas gapped up like crazy. Wow, this was when futures opened up. So it was at a spot price of 343, and this thing jumped as high as 361, and it's slowly consolidating here. And nat gas prices are climbing because of soaring oil futures after Israel striking Iran. Let's wait in to see if Nat Gas. Wait, hold on. So who's? So wait, what is? Well, I'm gonna have to go ChatGPT again. But yeah, what's up, Justin? And if you're a father, happy Father's Day to you, man. And welcome in. It's a pleasure meeting you on here. Let me know. I'm guessing you are in Archer Aviation as well. Natural gas is rising. And then as that is generating answers, we'll go back to Archer here. And we'll read up on the situation that happened 2 days ago. So what happened was, look at that, dilution. It seems like there's dilution happening everywhere. So Archer Aviation plunging as an $850 million share sale dilutes the stock. So the company sold $850 million of stock to support new infrastructure and an AI-based aviation software platform, which is okay, which is not crazy, and which is not really, you know, a big deal, because somehow a company has to make their money, and they have to, you know, make their profits in order to, you know, support things like new infrastructure, software platform, you know, whatever it is to further improve their company and their eVTOLs, everything in general. So I get that, you know, sometimes people will be like, oh my god, dilution, you know. So if it's nothing that is as of concerning, then I don't think it's much to worry about. But then, you know, still do proceed with caution, especially if you're doing in terms of like options too, for example. CME, is it CME? I think it was CME, but the eVTOL maker sold 85 million shares at $10 each, lifting its pro forma liquidity to roughly $2 billion. The proceeds will back its launch edition program, including plans to provide air taxi services at the 2028 Los Angeles Olympics. This follows an executive order establishing a U.S. pilot program for electric vertical takeoff and landing vehicles, which had earlier lifted Archer and rival Joby Aviation, ticker symbol JOBY. Archer said it will deploy AI-driven flight management tools and expand infrastructure domestically and overseas. The company plans to display its Midnight eVTOL at the Paris Air Show, with the United Arab Emirates as an initial market. Archer highlighted its strengthened balance sheet, but investors weighed dilution from the share sale against growth prospects. While interest in eVTOL services is rising amid urban mobility initiatives, regulatory and safety challenges persist. Market participants will watch execution on infrastructure build-out and technology rollout closely. Not financial advice. So that was the latest on Archer. Again, you see that it did close at $9.99 per share, and it did gap down. So technically speaking, we do have a gap now to potentially be filled in the future. Where is this gap exactly? I don't know if this will be considered the gap to fill, which is between 1030 and 1170. There could be. There you go. That's my baby. That's my baby. That's my baby. Yeah, that's my baby. And as you can see on the dynamic 200-day period simple moving average, the color has been smoothly transitioning from red to green. So overall, I think the trend is still somewhat strong on the bullish side. It's just going through a pullback and a reaction to the dilution news. So most likely you either see this breakdown. Well, let's see, because it does trade on the 24-hour markets. So let's check out where Archer is at now. Aha, okay. So here's the thing. So Archer is coming back. And so what do you know? So it's back up 3% in the green at $10.29. So there's a lot of buy orders coming in here slowly, in my opinion. Again, it has somewhat of a nice. Let's see. Hold on. Could this be considered a pennant? Wait, hold on. Oh, do we draw it from here? Okay. So perhaps this could be the scenario where you have a bullish pennant, and that it's actually bouncing off from where it is now to then retest, fill the little gap there, and try to make its way back up. That's what I'm seeing here. Oh yeah, yeah, most likely. Now that you see it's more defined on the 4-hour chart, and now that you see it on the 24-hour market session, you can see it's clearly about to just about breaking over the 200 EMA. And if that's the case and it continues, if you see the 48 here cross over the 200, that's a golden cross. And you might just see this continue to climb over. Perhaps back to 1045, 1050, and slowly start making a recovery back up. It won't reach $11 right away, but it could, make its way up there in a maybe before this week is over. Maybe it might focus on 11 as the bullish price target. But it all depends, of course, how the markets react in general. So Archer, I think Archer is definitely something to look at in the long term. But yeah, welcome back, Sully. Welcome back. The other one is called Joby. Joby is the competitor. So, I mean, to be honest, like if you look at Joby and you look at Archer at the same time, it's like I don't know. It's like they're pretty much at par with the way that they're moving, and I don't know. It might break down a little bit. It might, try to hit the last support around 740 or 735, 730 at that matter. And that's if it breaks below somewhere around 830. Let me see if Joby trades in the 24-hour. Yeah, it does. 866. Okay, so Let me just see this quick. 866. 66. Yeah, it seems like there's just a lot more interest in Archer. That includes retail and probably a lot of institutions. So if we take a look, for example, let me look at dilution. Where's that dilution tracker? And then let me look at Archer. And then the holders. Oh, you're welcome. With the highest holder being Infinitum Asset Management with 11.67% of the holdings, with 74 million. Wow, it's holding 74,835 shares. BlackRock holding 5.78% of the holdings in Archer, with now a total of 36,618,601 shares after purchasing an additional 13,604,514 shares. ARK Investment Management, Kathy Woods, sold about 2,597,056 shares. State Street added their position with 4,945,971 shares, adding a total now to 21,312,397 shares. This was effective March 31st and filed on May 15, by the way. And Vanguard holds about 3.11% of their holdings in Archer, with a purchase of 3,249,106 shares, making it a total of 19,729,296. Citadel sold 3,088,640 shares, which now owns about 4,367,597 shares. Oh, so you already know who sold. So about 46% of institutions own Archer Aviation. Market cap 6.42 billion. The float 539.13 million shares. That's information. Yes. Thank you, Zelly, for the support and the love that you give all the time. Love you. Thank you. Hopefully everything is well with you. So let's go back and look at natural gas. Natural gas. Oh my god. And it's showing here that it's, even though it did gap up a bit, it's still in some ways just consolidating there a little bit. But what let's see what stocks see what we got here. United States Natural Gas Fund, UNG. Let's see. Okay. Okay. Oh. $16.36. Natural gas rises on expectations. Hotter weather will boost demand. Is this all controlled or not? So natural gas prices rose early on Friday as forecasts see hotter weather on the way for most states, which would boost cooling demand. Gas for July delivery was last seen up 0.05 to $3.53 per million British thermal units (BTUs). The rise comes as forecast from the National Weather Service see nearly all states with hotter than seasonal weather over its 6 to 10-day outlook, which with much warmer than usual temperatures expected for East Coast and Midwest states. The rise also follows on Thursday's storage report from the Energy Information Administration. The agency said U.S. inventories of the fuel rose 109 billion cubic feet, near expectations. The injection left stocks at 2.71 trillion cubic feet, 5.4% above the 5-year average, but 8.6% under 2024 storage levels. Wow. Take a look at UNG. Oh, it had a split recently. Oh no, that was last January 24th. Okay, so it hasn't been that long. But it looks like it had been... So could it be that natural gas will find its way up from here and start to climb up due to that fact, with the hotter weather and a lot of people using ACs and all that stuff? Maybe seeing a reach of like maybe $19. Maybe retest these levels here. What is this? March, May to June, January, May to June. Why? It's been on a decline for a little bit. How does it look like in general? UNG. Let's see, let me see what's the next one here. Griffin just bought its own natural gas company and owns the natural gas wells in Alberta, Canada. So they have control over their power supply to run the Bitcoin mining and data center operations. Wow. Really? No way. That's crazy. Watch it now? Thank you, Matt. Alright, this is I guess breaking news here. Oh, no, that's what happened in China, bro. That's what happened in China. I remember this. This was a couple of years back. It was what was it that caused the explosion? I think it was nitrates, ammonium. Was it ammonium nitrates? Watch, this is a big. Watch it blow up crazy. Look at that. That whole area was, I kid you not, this area was decimated. I kid you not. I believe there was some after pictures, and literally left like a crater, and everything around that perimeter was burnt. Look, this is insane. But it's definitely not If you see this and they say that it's because of what's going on now, then that's not true. Because I've watched this. I remember watching this a few years ago, and I was based in China. You see, look, 9 years ago. Yep. Was it ammonium nitrate? Was it ammonium nitrate? I forgot what. Let me see. Hmm. Hmm. First explosion equivalent to 2 kiloton of TNT. Second explosion equivalent to 2.2 kiloton of TNT. Wow. That's insane. I'm trying to figure what I'm trying to figure out which one was worse. Whether that explosion, or the one that took place in Beirut a few years back that looked like a freaking hydro bomb or whatever that thing was. Which was this one right here.
The infamous Beirut blast was the largest non-nuclear explosion in recent history. What starts out as the best
This video, I remember this.
soon turns
Bro.
while posing for her wedding photos in Beirut's Saifi Square.
Oh.
Massive explosion tears the city apart. It's just before 6 p.m. on August 4th, 2020, when an
Bro, when I watched this,
one of the hangars
yeah, they had so many angles to this.
the welder's sparks flew while they were fixing a hole in the wall. 9 firefighters and a paramedic are deployed to the scene, but they have no idea what the true extent of the disaster is. Their initial belief is that the hangar contains fireworks.
No.
Report back to the command center. The team tells the fire chief something is amiss.
Uh-huh.
A gigantic explosion rips through the foreshore of Lebanon.
Bro. Dude.
The blast killed 218 people and injured 7,000 more.
7,000.
Thousands would be left homeless. Hangar 12 housed much more
Look at the building.
than just fireworks.
Oh my.
Contained over 2,750 tons of highly explosive ammonium nitrate.
That was it. I was just talking about ammonium nitrates.
Plumes of smoke and soot billowed.
Ammonium nitrates. That's what it was.
Witnesses say it was followed by a burst of light and showers of smaller sparks, which looked like
But I don't know. But the thing is, I don't know what the other explosion that happened in Tianjin was. I don't know if that was the same.
moving fast
Bro, look at the building though.
through downtown Beirut.
Look at the buildings though.
Media showed a white dome engulfing large parts of the city. Basically, water vapor forced out of the air by the shock wave. Red-brown haze of smoke and ash followed it.
Oof.
Experts would later concur that this haze of red-brown smoke
I'm surprised they don't have the Tianjin explosion here. Yeah, I'm surprised they don't have that. But oh my gosh, unless it was this one. Oh no, it wasn't this one. What, PED? Back on topic? Alright. Yo, thank you for sharing that though. It is definitely devastating to watch though. Crazy. Let's go. Let's see. Started the whole thing with a misquoted video. That's all right. What's up, Michael? PED. What is PED? Let's check it out. Pedevco. 75-cent stock. Were they oh, wow. No, now why can't you do that on Williams? All right, you guys. All right. It's in its distribution phase on the weekly. It is turning green. It did bounce off from a low, a 52-week low of 47 cents, I believe. And it's reached already a high of 82 cents. The daily, I'm seeing this coming back here. Let me look real quickly to see what this is all about. I'm gonna put here the cost of borrow and see what that's all about. Says here it's a 25.52 million shares float, 69.22 million market cap. Pedevco Corp is an exploration and production company which engages in the acquisition and development of oil and natural gas assets. It focuses on the operation of Permian and Denver-Julesburg basins. The company was founded by that guy in September of 2000 and is headquartered in Houston, Texas. The latest news on the stock, excuse me. Oh God, I'm gassy. Is Pedevco to participate in the 2025 Louisiana Energy Conference, which already happened a couple of weeks ago on the 28th of May at the Four Seasons Hotel in New Orleans. Not much information about it. I wonder what it's going to be all about. You know what I'm saying? They filed an 8K recently, around May 20th. Pedevco on May 20th was maintained at a buy rating by D Borough Capital, maintained with a $1.50 a share price target. February 27. Revenue misses estimates back in November 2024. So there's not really much going on with the stock itself, but I guess it's just going based on speculation. Cost to borrow isn't really that high, with 10.43%. There's only 1,100,000 short shares available to borrow. What else? Take a look at the chart. Take a look at the weekly real quick. You can barely see this. Oh my God. Hold on. Oh wow. Okay, so they had a reverse split back in April of 2017. So that was long ago. Started seeing some earnings releases here back March 2022. Let's see where this was at before. There was a 52-week range of $1.10. Man, I want to say the highest after the reverse split was at $4.40 from 30 cents on the low. It's a lot of spikes here, lots of ups and downs. What causes these volatility spikes, I've wondered. And this is on the weekly chart too. On the weekly, I'm surprised to see that there is, in fact, a bullish uptrend with a potential to break over, continue to break over and reach the 48. Was it the 48? No, wait, that's no, that's the, wait, what am I talking about? Hold on, guys. I keep getting the confused. This is the 50 SMA. You would need the 9s to cross over the 20 day period simple moving average, and for the next week to be a bit more bullish. So in the bullish case scenario, would it be somewhere between 85 cents to $1 before this week is over? And bearish if it's anything under 65 cents and 50 cents. Let me take a look at the 24-hour chart. Oh, there's a doji candle on the 24-hour chart. It just started its accumulation phase. So again, that 86, or that's the 86 cent level here, right on the 200 day period simple moving average. So I guess that would have to be the next target. Just about to cross the 50, the 9 and the 20, and oh, it's turning. Okay, I think I could see something going on with this. With the DevCo, it could be that it does in a way move if natural gas and oil, if they can both go higher, perhaps the DevCo can benefit from it. Look at the 4-hour real quick. Yeah, so it's in an accumulation phase right now. So it's technically, in my opinion, I wouldn't say, yeah, it's bullish. It's bullish enough. Look at the hourly. It's consolidating. $68, $84, $90, $69, $30. Trying to see what makes sense here. 15, 5 minute, 5 minute. Huh. I don't know. I don't know where Eric is. You should probably message him. Hmm. 1 minute. Accumulation. Advance. Advancement. Advancing. Accumulation. Accumulation. Advancing. Accumulation. Okay. Is there any catalyst for this one, or oh, I don't know.
they've focused on acquiring and developing legacy natural gas and oil assets using advanced techniques. Um, let's see, strong buy consensus from two analysts with a 12-month target of $1.63, which is 115% upside. Tip ranks estimates extend this to $2.15, which would be a 183% upside. $2 and what? $2.15. $2.15. Which would be somewhere around 160%. Market beat notes a significant 48.5% drop in short interest in May, suggesting fewer bearish bets. So they're probably flipping and switching over to long positions, if that's the case. Revenue rising 28% in 2024 to $39.6 million. Earnings surged nearly 950% year over year. Strong fundamentals. No long-term debt. Operating cash flow robust with net profit margins over 30%. YPED might be a good play on natural gas. One, it directs natural gas exposure. Its production assets are gas rich within key basins. Undervalued valuation, low multiples versus peers amid strong profit margins. Positive sentiment shift, declining shorts and bullish analyst targets. Recent bullish technical setup. Momentum could continue if gas prices stay elevated. So you do have, so again, you have to see natural gas bounce from here and start to go up little by little, especially if it breaks over the $4. Especially if it breaks over $4, and oil to somehow follow with that. But we don't know what the situation is with crude oil at the moment and what's going on with the tensions in the Middle East. So recent bullet technical, okay, yeah. Small size and low liquidity, high volatility and execution risk. Earnings forecast dips, future profitability not guaranteed. Gas price dependence, any reversal in gas markets could weigh heavily. Operational risk, exposure to delays, cost overruns, and regulatory shifts. So in order, again, so in general, in order for this stock and other natural gas stocks to profit, it obviously has to maintain its price range between where it's at now, 353, and especially if it hits over $4 natural gas, especially while the summer is just around, in a week, and ACs are turning on and all that stuff. Then, so MGY, okay. So PED offers a high risk, high reward opportunity for natural gas bulls. Direct production exposure, solid recent earnings, undervalued multiples, and strong momentum. But as a small cap miner, it's prone to volatility and potential operational setbacks. If you're comfortable with higher risks and narrow liquidity, PED could be worth speculative addition to your natural gas themed portfolio. MGY. Let's see. Let's look at MGY real quick. Magnolia. Oh, that looks familiar. Well, the way that this chart is set up looks familiar. Where have I seen that before? Oh, okay, yeah. Look. So look at the daily real quick. You're gonna see a similarity in algorithms, the way that's been trading. So you got MGY. Oh, which I actually do have here. I just realized I have this here on the watch list. So you see, you got MGY. Kind of see that similar pattern here. You got the gap downs, then coming up, gap up, down, and then recovery, right? And then Exxon Mobil, the two gap downs, up, come back down, up again, down. You see, something similar. Let's see. Plains All American Pipeline, the gap down here. Same thing here. SLB, look, two gap downs here. Same thing. It's crazy. It's like you could be trading MGY, but then like you could be trading the other ones, and it'll still pull off almost the same exact algorithm. There's Chevron with the two big gaps right here. Let me actually fill that gap up right there. Let me fill that up there. Isn't that interesting, huh? Two gaps. Schlumberger we reviewed before in the past for about a couple of months, I believe. That's crazy. I mean, what are the odds? Your dad an executive at SLB for 40 years. Wow. Wow, isn't that something? So now fully retired and everything? Does he have a good experience working with that company? A lot of incentives and all that good stuff. Schlumberger.
I think that is. Let me see. Schlumberger trading in a 24-hour chart. Oh, okay. Wow, it did jump off. It did jump up to 37.47. 5 minutes into overnight trading, and then it consolidated around. Right now, it's up almost 2% at 36.99. 36.99, which is somewhere around here. So it's if it continues, then perhaps it'll try to get into this gap and start filling it up there. Oh no, I can't put any more alerts. Damn, that sucks. Alright, maybe around there. Country clubs and hot tubs. Oh shoot. Ain't that the life? Country clubs and hot tubs. Getting drunk in Irish pubs. Pretty cool. Yeah, that's what. It's interesting that you mentioned that because um, we've been talking about SLB and Halliburton a lot. You see here, Mr. Eric G. Shout out to him. Here back in January 31st of 2025, he had positions in both SLB and HAL to cover domestic and foreign production. Halliburton got in a contract with Iraq. If you didn't know about that, and if domestic production prices boost, goes down, I think they boost. I'm not too sure how that works. Let me see. Oh, SLB. Oh, December of last year. That Nippon Steel deal taking too long. I put more into energy sector, specifically SLB, and has some cash set aside for domestic uranium mining companies. Not financial advice. And I even charted SLB here back in January 20th of this year. This is when it was at around $44, $45. Just, for research purposes. And seeing like what Halliburton, on the other hand. Let's see. Hold. Check out Halliburton, October 1st of last year. Check out Halliburton on the daily on October 1st. We could get more in futures. Dude, ever since he had called out Halliburton October 1st. Alright, keep in mind of that date. Keep in mind of that date. Let's look at Halliburton real quick. Halliburton. Halliburton. What the heck is Halliburton not doing in here in my watch list? What is going on? What the hell? What is that? Oh my god. What are you doing? Where'd you go? Halliburton. Halliburton with the same algorithm. Halliburton with the same algorithm. Look at that. It filled the first gap. It filled the first gap here. And now it's going to follow up with this one. It's going to probably retest 24. And then it's going to follow the gap. 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 Follow the gap into 24, 20. Then it's going to go up to 25 a share, in my opinion. I can't post any more alerts. It sucks. Damn. But it looks like it's trending. It's trending pretty well. And October 1st of last year, mind you, let's see, October 1st. October 1st, let me see. October 1st, I remember that was trading at around from between 28 and 30 bucks. Then it went up, climbing to 31.43. Then it dropped, gap down, all the way to as low as 27, 26. It seems like a prominent level to retest that support and resistance. Then it wound up going all the way up to as high as 32.56 from 27.26. And then it had been in a downtrend for a long time afterwards. Wait, is this still? Oh, these are trend lines. I didn't even realize these were here. That's funny. Huh. That's funny. That's what I think. So that's what I think. Mind you, you know what we were discussing the other night, and oil reaching back in March of 2022 as high as $130 per barrel here. Wait, no, not there. I did remember that. Right here. This was back in March 7th, 2022, when the oil reached a high of $130.49 per barrel. So 7-year cycle, you say? March 22. 1, 2, 3. 4, 5, 6, 7. 2029. Look at the weekly. If not, let me look at the monthly. Interesting. Oh wait. $12 months. Look at the 12-month candle. The 12-month candle between 2024 and 2025. How similar is that to the fact that they almost traded and made dojis like almost literally the same price? With 2024 here closing at 71.84, and this year so far closing at 71.93. But what if this turns out to be what if this turns out to go higher? You know what? I mean, it does remind me of like a bull flag, honestly. If you like take notice of this, kind of looks like a bull flag. So imagine if this thing like just breaks out next month. Well, I mean, it could break out now and then just go for a breakout for this month. That would be wild. If you take a look here, there is a breakout on the RSI. Look at this. That's on the monthly. Clean breakout. This could be an indicator, a strong indicator of more upside, potentially. So if that happens, I think it'd have to push up and go for another surge before it, completely goes down crazy and drill baby drill. Oh, you think? Oh, okay. Damn, $33 a barrel. So I'm guessing like when oil reaches its peak, one of these days, from there, I guess you start playing puts on these oil companies. Sheesh. Shoot, I mean, imagining if like oil were to drop to 33 now. For example, Oxy would technically have to drop all the way back down to like $10 a share Between $10 and $20 a share. Maybe 10. I don't know. That would be wild and crazy. Well, let's see, man. Yeah, SLB, yeah. Wait, okay, let's go. Boom, boom. That's a big move. To the moon. MDTR. MTDR. Matador Resources. You're looking good, yeah. You're looking good, yeah. Looking good, yeah. Looking good. You wrote it up to 64. God damn. Sheesh.
Goodness gracious.
Hmm. 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 Matador Resources files 8K. Director, officer, or compensation filing. There's promotes William Lambert to CFO, Brian Ehrman to co-president. Hmm. Hmm. Okay. Okay. That's a good observation. So we take a look, like for example, Shell. There wasn't really much activity until, well, there was a lot of activity, especially ever since that big surge to $130 per barrel, March of 2022. I mean, this brought Shell, and like throughout the rest of the few years after, to its high. And then you got Chevron. Let's see, Chevron also. You're going as high as like $190 back in November of 2022. ExxonMobil, and that's a similar situation, but more looks like it's been slowly topping over, which is wild to me. Here's year 2022, here's the big spike here from March, and then afterwards it's just been continuing to grow. It hit eventually around like $124 a share around October of 2024. Sheesh. Oh yeah, without a doubt. Pretty sure they have a lot of money in Chevron too. His largest holding. Goodness gracious. Yes. The Saudis. Oof. Fuck. Oh, they're gonna be a huge part. There's gonna be a time where they're gonna be so much in demand, especially with the future technology that's that's coming out, and with AI expanding and all of that stuff, oof, I feel like that is definitely the case in my opinion. Maybe definitely right about that. Hmm. Yeah, it seems like we're just progressing little by little towards that. Ugh. Mm. Robots. The fear of all humans. Yeah, people are just sidetracked and brainwashed, not knowing that one day that's going to be the future, in my honest opinion, and this is something that everybody should be fearing. I wouldn't want that to happen, honestly. Oof. A I A I A I A I A. Oof. Let's see. Hmm. What do you think about crypto? What do you think about Bitcoin? Because Bitcoin, I see that, it has it's been a bit weak lately, and it looks like it has created some bit of some type of a double top here, and it could either bounce off or it can reject and go back down. Knife it. I would honestly want Bitcoin to drop. Just drop right back down. Probably, drop, complete that double top and just slowly start, to descend and drop all the way back down to 95K and back to 80K. And that would be You think so? You think it's just gonna like continue to go up from here? I could never imagine like just Bitcoin becoming something dominant, and like, and we still have other coins, like just thinking of like how those coins are going to run, like for example XRP, XLM, XCC, XCN, HBAR, Flare, Crow, maybe Doge. I few others to mention too. Love it. Love it. Yeah. Because you know, like, Bitcoin, I mean, it's usually tied up to the markets in general, so I wouldn't be surprised. Like, even if, let's say, like, if the market were to theoretically crash, and you know, just all those leverage positions that they use with Bitcoin, like, I feel like in some way it's just gonna like bring it down with it. And you know, it would have to just go through the whole situation. I mean, it would have to go through the whole sell-off until they theoretically change the whole financial system and then just move to crypto, and then crypto will be the dominant market that takes over. And then you have a lot of countries adopting XRP and pairing their currencies with XRP, just speculating here. And that, dude, yeah, maybe XRP could be the last crypto standing, with a few of those that I mentioned before. So, I want that so much. I want this so much. Yeah. Ooh, wait, how much? How long have I been? Ooh, damn, I've been streaming for 5 hours and a half. I did not realize like it was the sleep. Breaking news 3 hours ago, Japan's government issues rare warnings on rising government bond yields and the changing structure of debt ownership. Yikes. This is self-inflicted. Damn. Alright. Oh, Marathon Oil? Oh! Wait a minute, what? Wait, why is oil refineries in the US, Iran, and Israel burned back to back? Wait, why is a oil refinery in Texas City burning? Really? 3 nations, 3 explosions, all burning back to back. That is definitely not random. Are you kidding me? Oh, wow. Anyways, yeah, man. Let me go ahead. Damn, this is getting crazy. What? Wait, what is this all about? Wait, why? Why is this the case? That is weird. Damn, just stuck it inside deep like that. Oh my god. Mm. Shit, not like that, but yeah. Anyways, yo, what a stream! What a stream! What a informative, a very well put together. Love the engagement with all of you. I appreciate it. Thank you, Two Wheel Pursuits, for joining the Lines Den. Stan Wallace, you might cover your GME position tomorrow. Say word. If that's the case, have at it, and make sure that you make GME break over 30 tomorrow, and maybe, hey, you know what? By all means, cover everything and make GME go to 50 a share tomorrow, because I would love you for that. Anyways. I'd like to say thank you to everybody. Stone Wallace, I appreciate you joining the Lines Den too, and appreciate your comment. Again, very informative conversations. Thank you to Michael Anthony. Appreciate you. Thank you to Matt K. Thank you to Big JR. Thank you to Justin Ross. Shout out to Justin Ross, Batter M, Chaos Likely. Some names that I haven't seen here before, so I really appreciate everybody. HB, and SPX 6900, Rocky Mountain Gobblers. Appreciate you and subscribing. Tool Pursuits, thank you for subscribing too. Bergerman 918. Appreciate you. Augustine Vasquez, Gary Cosme, Kenneth, Backdoor Braggadocio. Can love that name. Kai Supreme, shout out to you. Much Fire. Shout out, and Chris with a K. Appreciate you coming through as always. I think I got Big JR in there too as well. And last but not least, I mean, if there's anyone else missing, let me know. I don't like to leave anybody else behind. James, yes, James Price. James the $1 Million Man Price. Fishy friends. Always appreciate you. And thank you to Zelly, Queen of the Lion's Den, Zen. Love you and appreciate you for everything and for the support and for the messages. And it helps me out a lot. All of you that come on to here and make conversations with me, that makes a huge difference in the way that this is ran, you know. Like, I couldn't do it without all of you, you know, contributing to the stream and making this a fun experience for me. So thank you, and we'll continue to be more informative and learning new things and new tickers. We'll chart together, we'll do research together, and yeah, so more is to come. So yeah, Again, anything and everything that was said in the stream was not financial advice, strictly in my opinion. And this was for educational, research, and entertainment purposes, not financial advice. I hope you all had a wonderful Father's Day. Shout out to all the fathers here or up in heaven, wherever they are. Shout out to y'all. And I'll see you next time in the next Lion's Den live stream with yours truly, Lion of All Trades. Take care. Good luck this week, and make that money. And remember, don't give a single penny back. Peace out. Take care. Good night.